Round 7 of the London Chess Classic featured some of the most dramatic games of the competition. Maintaining their ground at the top were the resurgent Russian Alexander Grischuk and the young Dutchman Anish Giri. U.S. champ Hikaru Nakamura was paired against his most difficult opponent, Magnus Carlsen, and the determined champion played a brilliant endgame to score his first win. Tail ender Vasyl Topalov tried to stop the bleeding against Levon Aronian, but the Armenian played a scintillating attack to also grab his first win and send the Bulgarian tumbling further into last place. The Frenchman Maxime Vachier-LaGrave took the bull by the horns against Vishwanathan Anand and played the flashiest game of the tournament to take sole possession of first place going into round 8. They are rounding the bend at the season-ending event. Live from London, the Classic starts right now.
Welcome everyone to the 8th round of the 2015 London Chess Classic, live from the Olympia Conference Centre in London, England. It's 2 more rounds and we are done with the 2015 Grand Chess Tour. Very important rounds. The tournament and the tour are wide open. Anything could still happen. My name is Alejandro Ramirez and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan.
Pleasure as always, Alejandro. Great to be here.
Pleasure, Grandmaster.
Yes.
Well, 2 more rounds.
These are the championship rounds, the penultimate round and the finals. Players jockeying for position in the tournament as well as the tour. Big money at stake in these upcoming games.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the standings after 7 rounds of chess in London. At the very top, we find Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, MVL, with 4.5 out of 7, +2 score. He's followed very closely by several strong players. Anish Giri, Alexander Grischuk, Levon Aronian, and world champion Magnus Carlsen all have 4 out of 7. Following them are Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Adams with 50%. And at the bottom of the table are Vichy Anand and Vasyl Topalov, 2.5 points and 1.5 points respectively. Today's pairings we have with the white pieces. Anish Giri playing against a strong player Hikaru Nakamura. Vasyl Topalov will try for the trifecta against Magnus Carlsen in their Grand Chess Tour matches. Alexander Grischuk will be playing against Levon Aronian. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave will try to increase his lead in this penultimate round against Michael Adams. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana will try to finally win a game against Vichy Anand. And with more information about these matches, we got Maurice Ashley.
Well, yesterday's games were a pleasure to watch, to do commentary on. We were definitely not happy with the first 7 rounds, the way it had been going. But yesterday featured flashy attacks, amazing play by the players. First it was Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, then it was Levon Aronian. But none other than Magnus Carlsen played a 7-hour endgame that was absolutely spectacular. This is what transpired yesterday. Oh, my goodness. He played King F8, and that is losing. Killer blow. Only winning move. Will Magnus find King to E4, and Black is busted. Hikaru is seeming confident. He doesn't realize.
35 seconds to find King E4.
He found it. He found it.
Wow.
There's Hikaru. Look at him. Just despondent, disturbed, devastated. He's not resigning. 8 seconds left. Ticking down. His time is
Magnus Carlsen, world champion.
Yes,
finally won the game.
What is it about Nakamura that always brings out the best in you?
I don't know. He defended, but then didn't defend well enough. So I think if he hadn't made any mistakes, he could have made a draw.
Yeah, how easy it is to say that. Easy for him to say. Of course, chess is all about mistakes and the pressure is building right now. Well, Magnus feels very good about himself, but he'll have to face off against someone who does not, for sure. Vasyl Topalov with only 1.5 points, brutally losing 4 games so far in the competition. But he has had Magnus's number at the Grand Chess Tour. He defeated Magnus in Norway and in the Sinquefield Cup. Can he do it again against Magnus Carlsen? Odds are all of Norway are thinking that their boy is going to do it again today, win and join the leader at the top. Well, we also have a great matchup with two players who also want to win, playing very solidly. And Alexander Grishuk with 1 win and 6 draws so far, along with Levon Aronian, who played a brilliant game, one for the ages against Topolov. These two battling now to see if they can also make a move to the top. But it's this gentleman, Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, the Frenchman, playing the best chess, no doubt, of the tournament so far with 2 wins. Yesterday's win against Anand was simply spectacular. One people will study for generations the way he played that game. He will try to face off against Michael Adams, see if he can defeat him. The Englishman has shown himself not to be an easy customer here, certainly not one of the gimmies. We'll see how it goes in round 8.
Thank you,
Thank
Maurice.
you, Maurice. And joining us live from London is women's grandmaster Jennifer Shahade.
Hey guys, things got really interesting at the London Chess Classic yesterday in round 7, and here I am in round 8 backstage where all of the important things go down. The DGT transmission, we've got Spectrum Studios, Chess 24, the arbiters here. And I'm really excited about today because the standings are so bunched up at the top. We're going to see some exciting games. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jen. And well, yes, we expect a good round. I'm not expecting it to be as good as yesterday. It's hard to beat, but hopefully some exciting games.
Oh, without question. And if people ask me about when I go into a tournament game, am I nervous? And yeah, I always have had butterflies in my tummy and getting into the games. But my most tense moment is when I'm playing against the player who's last in the field. I feel that all of my colleagues have beaten up on that player who's last in the field. And Veselin Topolov is having a terrible event. Our tournament tour leader in last place, who would have expected that? But he's up against Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. And whenever you play a world champion, you really feel this is your moment in the sun. So Veselin, if it's his time to shine at all in London, he may put it together today. And for Magnus Carlsen to be playing the tail ender with so much pressure regarding the positioning in the tournament and the tour, this is going to be the tensest game of the round.
It's definitely a key game that we're going to be seeing today. Topolov is not a player you can underestimate under any circumstances, but he's had such a terrible tournament.
Right, that's where it looks so strange, because he can play fantastic chess, and all he's got to do is play the best game of the tournament for himself, and that's an easy task for him to do because he's played so poorly up to this moment. Can he put it together one more time and derail Magnus Carlsen in the tour as well as the tournament?
Yeah, let's not forget that Magnus Carlsen is definitely in contention for the first place in the Grand Chess Tour. He took care of Hikaru Nakamura, who was up to yesterday in the lead.
In pole position.
In pole position, but now that Hikaru has lost, it's basically wide open. It's really hard to say who's going to win the Grand Chess Tour now with only 2 games left.
Exactly. MVL as well as Magnus Carlsen.
And let's not forget about Levon Aronian, who has a key matchup today.
Exactly. Against Alexander Grishuk. These players know each other very, very well, having played against one another over the last 10 years. Some great games.
Right.
But, Alexander Grishuk is white today and will be seeking to try to put pressure on Levon Aronian.
And as our statistician, FIDE Master Avi Friedman has told us, over several time controls, they've played over 50 times in official games.
Isn't that extraordinary?
50 times.
They know one another very well. And this matchup, Anish Giri versus U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura, can Hikaru bounce back after what was an absolutely epic 7-hour struggle yesterday against Anish Giri, who's been untouchable in this event as well as the entire tour as a whole?
The only player not to have lost a single game in the Grand Chess Tour. It's been about 20 rounds of chess, more than 20 rounds of chess. 18 and the other 2, and we got 7 here already?
Yes.
Wow, 25 games of not losing straight.
Against the very, very creme de la creme, the elite of the chess world cannot bring Anish Giri down.
And he's only been in trouble a couple of times, including once in this tournament against Alexander Grischuk.
And the games are underway. We have one knight f3.
Well, no Berlin. That's
No
one
Berlin.
thing. Knight f3 being played against Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to probably think for just a little bit. Anish is not very used to playing knight f3 on move 1.
Right, but it's such a flexible move. It often will transpose into his systems, especially after d5. We might see a Catalan or ready type of game. So knight f3. We live in dread at these moments because we just hope that there's not going to be a Berlin. I see that MVL has played e4, but against Mickey Adams is true to himself, playing the Morphy defense with a6. Mickey, as we know, loves to play the Marshall Gambit, and so he has played e5, classical defense. Vesel and Topolov, we don't have a move yet. Going across the board there we are, pardon me, Queen's Gambit declined.
We're actually going to have a Tarrasch with c5.
Have we seen c5?
Yes.
Wow, okay. A little bit offbeat at the highest level, c7, c5, and when we say a Tarrasch, we're referring to this particular line of play, which has become a little bit more popular. This is an old line that goes back, way back when. Even Bobby Fischer liked to essay this line when he was black. And we've seen a number of games of Kramnik and other players, classical
And theoretically, I think this variation is not so bad, even though somehow its percentage win is pretty disastrous for black. I've seen...
Statistically, black doesn't do well.
Not at all, but
the
position, like, they look fine.
Exactly. Let's just continue our look around the horn, and in our matchup with Fabiano, really interesting. Another knight f3 on move 1, d5, c4, e6.
And d4 was played, so we also go back into this kind of Queen's Gambit type positions. Knight f3 already committed. It's not as flexible for white, but it allows him to go back into the Catalan. He could also play knight c3 and go for the same thing that
Vesel and Topolov.
Right, and he did play g3, so we have a straight-up Catalan in the Caruana versus Anand game.
All right.
We'll have to see what kind of wrinkle Caruana brings into some variations which are currently considered to be okay for black.
Right. Against knight takes d5, by the way, e2, e4, as you may well guess, is not the only move. Also, strangely popular is e3, knight c6, bishop d3, hoping to transpose into an isolated queen pawn position. Very, very classical position for both players.
Right, and if we play e3 and instead of knight c6, we take on d4, and you take with the pawn.
Yes.
Knight takes c3.
Yes.
We immediately transpose back into the game between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen earlier in this tournament.
Where we saw this little slightly offbeat move, queen c7.
Queen c7.
Yes.
Instead of that, we are going to go into the main lines. Topalov did play the move e4, which is, I think, considered to be the best way to try to get an advantage.
Theoretically, yes.
e4.
Okay.
Knight takes.
Pawn takes. Pawn takes. Pawn takes. And I recall playing over a Bobby Fischer game ages ago where knight c6 as opposed to, I think bishop b4 check is the more modern approach. Knight c6 was the was an older approach. Bishop b4, bishop c4. And I recall a number of games where Bobby would play b5, gaining a tempo against the bishop. Of course, the pawn is poisoned. Queen a5 check to the king, and picking up this bishop on b5. Again, check your databases, Bobby Fischer. But I think the modern approach is bishop b4 check.
Which was played. I mean, I think everybody plays bishop b4 nowadays.
Exactly.
It's useful for black to get rid of the bishops. The more pieces that there are on the board, the higher amount of pressure White's able to create, especially with the central majority.
The center pawn duo on d4 and e4 is designed to keep black's pieces at bay, but if all the minor pieces are gone, then they're not as effective when we have a board full of pieces. Very good. Alexander Grishuk has played it quite slowly against the classical setup. Queen's Gambit declined. B2, B3. This is actually a move I like to play
That's
myself.
Two of us.
Really?
Yes, I actually had a DVD on the ready. Excuse me, sorry.
Bless you, bless you.
I guess somebody was thinking of me, but yeah. Yeah, I made a DVD on the ready specifically on these variations with an early B3.
Right.
And okay, there's still a lot of rich possibilities. We've seen it on the tour a couple of times. I remember that Giri played it with White against Anand in Norway. That game didn't lead to much, actually. Anand was even better with Black at some point after sacrificing an exchange. But still, it's a very promising position for both players, very, very rich. A lot of things can happen in this kind of scenario.
Right. The reason I like B3 is because in a lot of those lines where you go D4, D5 takes C4, for example, Levon Aronian in the Catalan where he played like Rook A6 and he seemed to know everything for the first 20 moves.
And we don't even have to go so far back. I mean, we do have the game between Caruana and Anand exactly in this position. D takes C4 was played as they're going to be playing a mainline open Catalan.
Exactly. So there's so much theory on those lines where you allow Black to play D5 takes C4. I just like this move B3 because it sidesteps all of those, and it does have a dollop of poison. I think we have seen B6.
Yes.
And the formation I like is this Bishop B2, Bishop B7, E3, where you slow play it for the first half dozen moves or so. You go Queen E2, Rook D1. You eventually play D4, especially when Black plays C5. The two fianchetto bishops gives White a little bit better central control. This bishop on E7 finds itself playing a slight role, a little bit more passive role, I want to say. And I basically would say, got more than a playable position, all the pieces on the board, let's go.
Yes, I've never seen Grishuk actually play this, but I have seen several players on the tour do it. I've seen Giri do it. I've seen a couple of others. Hikaru has played it. Hikaru has also played it with Black. I remember that he played an interesting game against Kramnik not too long ago. Kramnik played a pretty interesting forcing variation. It was a game where Nakamura, to equalize, sacrificed his queen for a rook and a bishop. It was this year, but I don't remember exactly where. Yeah, it's escaping my mind.
The player, one of the things when you play Veselin Topalov, by the way, is because he's been playing in World Championship matches, World Champion Candidates events, elite events like the World Chess Tour. He has an enormous opening knowledge and repertoire. And you often see that Veselin plays very quickly, especially when he's is familiar with the opening. And there's something about Veselin's play that somehow is off-putting to world champion Magnus Carlsen. Bishop c4, knight d7 castles, b6. Now here, you kind of want your opponent to go into a long think. You know, what's your setup going to be? Are you going to put your rooks on the central files, the E file, the D file? Are you going to play for some kingside attack, perhaps with h4, h5? Are you going to settle? Where's this bishop on c4 going to settle? Are you going to keep it on this diagonal? All of these very important questions early, and a4 came out very quickly, in fact.
There are so many variations here for White that it's kind of confusing, actually.
Which one to choose?
Right.
Well, what's your approach going to be? And when Veselin, in this case, Magnus's opponent, plays so quickly, sort of like, would you just slow down and, you know, at least pretend to be thinking? Who's caught who? At this moment, we don't know, but
not sure.
Bishop b7 was played.
And Rook e1 was the reply pretty quickly by Topalov.
Now, the purpose of this move, a4, it's a kind of a nice little probing move.
Right.
It basically says, I'm going to keep this majority, I beg your pardon, under wraps. I'm just going to keep it contained. Simultaneously, I'm always going to intimate that I may try to undermine it with a5. And in some really crazy good days, I also got a strange rover one day that just might come over to the king side. From Magnus' point of view, okay, this bishop is excellent. This knight, bishop on b7 is excellent. This knight on d7 is looking for greener pastures. But a lot of his play / counterplay has to be associated with his control, bringing his rook to c8 and controlling the c-file.
And another point,
the battle lines are being drawn.
Yeah, another interesting point of the a4 move is actually that the bishop finds itself in a good diagonal, but sometimes it's a little short on squares in this particular position before, when the pawn was on a2. Because if you retreat it to b3 and I ever play d5, it immediately becomes under attack, touchable by the knight on
c5.
c5.
And here what you're saying is that with the move a4, may not look it, but there are times when it is very useful for white to have the retreat square a2.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Now let's remember that there's a lot on the line here in the Grand Chess Tour. So
indeed.
Well,
tell me about the money prizes.
Well, before we get into that, let's see what it would take for these guys to actually win the Grand Chess Tour. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, he is the leader in London, and he will win the Grand Chess Tour if he clear wins London, and the following happens. Topalov, less than third, which
is happening.
Will happen. There's not doubt of that. Nakamura, less than second, which is true right now.
Yes.
And Aronian, less than second, which is interesting. That might depend on the tie breaks in London. That is not going to be so clear, because remember that Aronian is currently tied for second place. Anish Giri, for him to win, he needs to win London as well. Topalov needs to finish less than second, that's clear. And Nakamura less than second. So far, Anish can still win the whole Grand Chess Tour if he manages to score a couple of wins in a row. That would knock out Nakamura.
Right.
And it would give him the lead in the Grand Chess Tour.
But that's on him winning the Grand Chess Tour solo.
Clear. If he wins on the playoff, he would also need for Aronian to finish less than second, which is not up to him.
Right.
Grishuk, on the other hand, well, he needs
a lot of things to happen.
He needs a miracle.
But having said that, a clear win would put him in the top 3, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Clear win should put him in the... Yes, clear win should definitely put him in the top 3 in the Grand Chess Tour, which is still an important position. It's still a lot of money there.
And you get the invitation for the 2016 second tour.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian, he just needs to string a couple of wins, basically, because even if he wins by playoff, the only thing that could stop him from winning the Grand Chess Tour would be Topalov finishing in second, and we know that's not going to happen.
So Levon looking very good, but now the big one. What about our world champion Magnus Carlsen?
Magnus Carlsen, he also simply needs to win at the London Chess Classic. Topalov is out of the picture, so that's not going to happen. If Magnus Carlsen clear wins London, he wins the Grand Chess Tour. Now, if he wins by playoff, he needs to make sure that Nakamura doesn't finish second, which at the time being is true, but we have to wait for his game with Anish Giri. And why are they playing? Well, they're playing for a ton of money besides the prestige. $300,000 awarded at each tournament, including the London Chess Classic. And as a bonus, the Grand Chess Tour winners receive an extra $150,000 split by the top 3 finishers, $75,000 for first place, $50,000 for second, and $25,000 for the third place. On top of that, they get invited directly into the 2016 Grand Chess Tour Series.
And that will be very important, I believe, for the 2 players, MVL and Grishuk, because they're very, very close at the bottom in terms of position 7, 8, 9. Let's put it that way.
Even Aronian, I think, is not entirely clear that he would qualify solely on rating. So I think they're really interested in this top 3 position.
A lot at stake. In these last 2 rounds.
And speaking of our current leader, Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, Maurice Ashley has more information for us on that game.
Yes, a lot at stake indeed, and Maxime Vachier-LaGrave is channeling Bobby Fischer right now in the opening he is playing. Maybe the most famous game in this particular variation we're going to see is the game that Bobby Fischer played against Boris Spassky in his return match. in 1992, game 1 that he won in a Briar, knight to b8. This funky move, a lot of beginners might say, what is that about? I thought I was supposed to bring my pieces out, not put them back. Well, the point of this move is that the knight is no longer this good on this square, especially if you want to put a bishop on this long diagonal. So after d4, the knight reroutes itself to guard this pawn, but give the bishop the b7 square after knight b, d2, bishop to b7. And now you feel the action on this e4 point, knight attacking, bishop attacking. This knight wants to go to better square so that this bishop can get into the game. So white plays bishop to c2, reinforcing the e4 pawn. And after rook to e8, now knight to f1 with this control, bishop to f8 now. And there's a threat to uncover the attack on the pawn yet again. So knight to g3, guarding the pawn, now firmly defended 3 times. G6 and bishop to G5 in this particular line. This is the move that Bobby Fischer played most famously back in 1992. And in the position continued exactly the same. Bishop to D2, bishop G7, and A4. And if you go look at that game 1, really look into that game, Fischer played a classic game. He trebled on the A line. That was a cool thing to see happen. A rook coming up, queen, and another rook behind it. One of the very interesting and complex plans in the Ruy Lopez. So we're seeing a true classic Spanish on the board right now.
Thank you, Maurice. And I remember being so thrilled in 1992 when Bobby Fischer did have his return after a 20-year hiatus. Wow. And that game 1 was... The guy hasn't played chess in 20 years, and he played a perfect game. In fact, the first 100 moves of that match, Bobby's moves for the first 100 moves were literally perfect. I mean, it was really, really frightening. Great to watch. Speaking, are we channeling Bobby Fischer today? Check out the game between Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura. We have a King's Indian attack, which was a favorite of Bobby Fischer's. Back here after bishop e2, d3. Okay, this quiet little move.
No Catalan in this one.
No Catalan in this one. He's setting up for e2, e4. This may look familiar to a lot of French defense players who, when they face d2 on the second move. And now, after rook e1, queen c7. Queen c7, eyeballing this e5 square. What Bobby Fischer would like to do, what he did in numerous games, is he would establish this pawn on e5, very importantly, kicking away the knight from f6, which defends black's king, and after moves like b5, h4, b4, the knight would come back to f1. For those of you who watched the U.S. Championships, you will recall Gadakamsky versus Alex Lenderman. Really great game by four-time U.S. champion Gadakamsky. He's won it so many times, I lose track. And the idea is white wants to build up a very menacing attack on the king side with moves like knight h2, bishop f4, knight g5. This knight on h2 oftentimes comes to g4. And again, just look at the number of pieces that are defending black's king. Black goes queen side, white goes king side. Great clashes in this particular King's Indian attack. Then I recall a recent game, I believe it was in Baku, where Peter's Fiddler was on the white side against Sergei Karyakin, where a very different approach by Peter. He actually took on d5,
right?
Which kind of like, you wanted to see those big clashes. But those were some very, very nice games by Peter Svidler and Sergei Karyakin as well.
I think one of the most
great match,
heartbreaking matches I've seen for anybody ever.
Yeah, I mean, it was just incredible. How do you go up 2-0 in a 6-game match and lose in overtime?
Actually, it was a 4-game match.
4-game. I apologize. Yeah, because it just went on and on. Right. Yeah.
So it was he had a 2-0 lead and a completely crushing position in game 3. And it all went south from there.
Amazing. Okay, so no Berlins, guys. This is excellent news for ourselves.
So this Maxime Vachier-LaGrave actually game reminds me a lot of the Kamsky setups with, he loves this kind of positions with the black pieces.
Yes.
And I remember that I was casting, I don't remember if it was exactly this position, but I was casting this with you It reminds me of the Sam Savian game against Kamsky in the U.S. Championship this year, which was basically this setup exactly. They were following a game between Lamy. Lamy was white.
And Lamy. Yeah.
Right. And it was this entire idea where the knight goes to c5, the bishop on e3 eventually takes
The bishop.
the knight.
Right, and you get these double pawns.
Right.
This d6 pawn will appear on the c5 square.
Right, and I remember the important thing about that game is the knight on g3 moved, and then you played g4 in order to bind
The king's side.
the king's side. And that was an interesting idea. I never was really sure how good it was, but it was at least something interesting to look at.
Great strategical struggles come from what we call the closed Spanish. I remember talking with Anatoly Karpov about about positional chess.
Right.
And he basically said, if I can paraphrase him for a moment, Yasser, if you want to learn how to play positional chess, you've got to study the closed Spanish, because that's what positional chess is all about. The board is full of pieces, but a big fight for squares and learning how to rearrange your pieces. I thought Boris Spassky, I remember the old days of the 70s getting these Soviet Union championship bulletins and, studying these moves in Cyrillic and trying to figure out why these Soviet grandmasters, and it seemed in those days that all the Soviet championships, just like these tournaments feature Berlins, those tournaments featured closed Spanish positions, as we're seeing.
A very rich position. It's something that's been played many times, though, so at the moment, Maxime might be thinking, but he should be
Deep in theory still.
deep in theory.
Yes.
He just played a move. Let's see if we get
We'll
board up there.
refresh.
He did play the move b4. It's become quite interesting to play this kind of ideas. I'm not so sure about this position specifically, but the plan is that if black can't actually put his knight on c5, then this entire c5, c4 push didn't make that much sense.
I don't know. I'll have to just disagree with you on that one for a second. I like the space. The pawns on b5 and c4 do control a lot of space. And I remember, again, as a kid, being extremely impressed by a number of games that I went through of Boris Spassky. It seemed like in numerous positions when Spassky had the black pieces, he was forever willing to sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns, just like that, just sacrifice the knight for 2 pawns. He would put his queen on c7, his other rook would come to d8, and then you've got this extra knight on g3, power to you, and then he would slowly prepare d5, d4, and push those pawns up the board. I was thinking, hey, wait a minute, you're sacrificing a knight for 2 pawns. How can you get away with this? But keep in mind, this bishop on g7, latent hostility down the long diagonal, the bishop on d2 is not impressing anybody. Very, very interesting piece sacrifices. Again, I encourage all of our viewers to study the games of Boris Spassky. He was a great world champion.
Right, and Maurice?
But gentlemen, in this specific position, it was Bobby Fischer himself who played b4. This is the same game. They're still following the line. And in the database, it's showing that in this exact position, the novelty b4 was Bobby Fischer's move. First time ever played in this specific position. I find no other games that preceded, including Spassky's games. Spassky did play this line as well with bishop g5, but he played it with slight differences, still worth analyzing. But Fischer played this move b4. It's not supposed to be the best move because of captures on b3. Spassky was the only person who left that pawn on the b4 square and did not capture. He played knight h7. The game continued, bishop h3, and he found himself in this position, not too pleasant after this maneuver, knight to f6, rook to e1, and after queen d7, he put the rook on a2, dropped the queen to c1, and then played queen a1. Alekhine's gun, as it's known, putting all 3 major pieces on the open file, and Spassky, in just a couple of moves, felt very desperate as Fischer kept maneuvering, and after knight to b1, check that maneuver out, aiming to capture on this square, eventually put a knight on a3, Spassky decided it was time to sacrifice a piece and see if he could get compensation with 2 pawns. It proved not to be enough, and Fischer played a beautiful game to win. So we are currently following that path. I can't imagine that Adams thinks that that's a way to go. So we expect him to capture on B3, as has been common, and it looks like he has moved. So let's see if we can get up to date in the game. And in fact, yes, he did capture on B3, unlike Spassky back in 1992. So the game now takes on different lines. Many games in this line as well, I think it's about 17 or 18 games in the database. We'll see which way Adams goes.
Thank you, Maurice. And yeah, this is actually very rare, despite the fact that B4 was played. I remember there's more than one publication that does say that B4 is pretty harmless. I remember, what was I looking at? I think it was Opening Repertoire for White and Black by Larry Kaufman, a pretty intense book, opening-wise, that pretty much said that B4, you know, as long as you took on B3, you're pretty much okay with Black. And as I understood, that was the current state of theory. So we're going to see if Maxime has a new wrinkle in this variation.
And as I actually visited Sveti-Stefan in 1992 and had a couple of meals with Boris Spassky, and I asked him, Boris, why didn't, because that epic game won, why didn't you capture on B3? And he said, yeah, sir. After he takes on B5, how must I defend? How must I defend? And indeed, that's the question. White's pawn on C3 looks vulnerable, but is very hard to attack. Conversely, this pawn on B5, with this bishop on B7, is a little bit more vulnerable. Do you see it in those publications you just cited? How did Larry Kaufman deal with this very straightforward move? Do you recall? I mean, it's not.
I don't exactly recall. I should, because I play the Breyer, but can't I just go something like Rook B8 and remaneuver my bishop to D7? Is
Rook
that so
to
bad?
No, not at all. Rook to B8. You do give up the E file, of course, and what Alejandro just mentioned is if he sticks his bishop on D7, protecting the B5 pawn. But okay, now I will switch around a little and target this pawn on D2.
Right, usually on H6.
I noticed, by the way, in that game that Maurice cited from 1990, game 1 of the revenge match or return match, Boris Spassky chose not to defend the pawn with his king on H6, but instead played H6, H5. Here I think it's more common to play king H7.
The subtleties of playing H5 and playing king H7 are interesting. Actually, H5 is probably playable. You usually get rid of the pin by just playing knight H7 at a suitable moment.
Right.
So it's probably okay. Maurice, do you have more info on how to defend this pawn on B5?
Well, it's actually not about even attacking the pawn on B5 with that maneuver that you guys are describing. The sharpest line is the most challenging, and White has scored some impressive victories that are upsets lower down on the rating scale, beating 2,600 players with the white pieces, thinking that CB3 is nothing. Well, this move, surprisingly, C4 is a very sharp response, attacking the pawn in a way where if you were to take on, let me just get this move in, knight takes B3, queen takes B3, and suddenly the pawn is under terrific pressure because of this pin on the B line. Black has to be very careful here. C4 is this key move. Pawn up to C4, attacking this pawn twice. Queen D7 seems like a very comfortable and easy defense. And the surprising response, bishop to A5 is a typical move in this position, the most popular move in this position. Seems like a weird move when you look at it, but players at the top, even as high as Bulgarian Cheparinov, that is the one of the coaches of Veselin Topalov, has played this move. He played against Humpu Koneru, and the famous female player from India, and he was able to win a game in this line. So a bit confusing, this variation. Maybe Maxime Vachier-LaGrave has penetrated into some of the secrets of this line and thinks that maybe it's not so harmless to allow C4 captures on B3. We'll see what he's got prepared in this position.
Again, it just goes to show knowing the close variations of the Spanish and the whole art of positional play. I must say, the move when Maurice was plunking down bishop a5. I was performing a little head scratcher myself. I don't know about you, Alejandro.
Yeah,
did that move jump right out of you and say, "Ooh, I get to go bishop a5"?
I don't know. It looks a little strange after all. It doesn't seem to be controlling any squares that are all that useful. And there must be some specific reason why you're playing.
Probably just vacating the d2 square. I recall lots of wonderful, wonderful games by Peter Leko, where he managed to bring his knight to the c4 square, which was the absolute ideal in the position.
Well,
win model games.
Right, and it's very true that right now the knight on f3 has pretty much limited ideas.
As does the bishop on b7 and Maurice.
Well, let's all learn as we go along, because the database is showing the way this position has been played before. In this game, rook e to c8 was played as a natural move. And now, keeping the pressure, of course, you want to keep that open file. And now this very interesting line of bishop to c2. Check that out. Bishop to c2, sacrificing this pawn, and now knight back to d2. This line is super sharp, super sharp. Clearly, this is something you have to look at with a computer in depth. Knight to d3 is one move. Actually, black even has the move bishop takes on d5, really accelerating the sharpness in the game. There is no question at all that Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, an amazing theoretician, he studied this position deeply, and he's challenging Michael Adams to go into these kinds of lines. And Adams, it looks like, is playing at a brisk pace. He did play knight c5. It is on the board. The move knight to c5 is on the board. Will we see c4? And that's just alien chess, as far as I'm concerned. Although it has been played about 10 times, it looks like the players who have played this for a living, that is the Spanish, in this way, they've explored this, and it looks like some discoveries have been made. We'll see whether or not Maxime Vachier-LaGrave is completely ready to play in just this fashion, or will he play more solid moves?
And I've got to say that for Mickey Adams, Mickey really does know his systems inside and out. And MVL will had to have studied this position very deeply, in my opinion, to come out of this opening with a plus, because Mickey really does know his systems very, very well. I worked with Mickey in the past.
Absolutely. These players, well, they know a lot and they work very hard, but sometimes we don't see them as humans, as people also. We actually have a little special on them as how are the chess players outside of the chessboard.
Superman.
Next question.
Spider-Man.
Okay, I'll go with Quicksilver. Ninja Turtles.
I haven't got one.
Batman.
Football.
Tennis.
Basketball.
Soccer. Tennis.
Probably basketball.
Basketball. Tennis.
Cricket. I don't enjoy movies.
I've been reading and watching a lot of the old Bond movies, so probably Goldfinger.
Inception.
Okay, I'll go with Whiplash.
Silence of the Lambs. Terminator.
Fight Club.
Usual Suspects.
Just being lazy and relaxing.
Chess.
Listening to music.
Swimming. I just lounging around.
Laying on the couch.
I listen to symphonies.
Drinking.
New York.
Shanghai.
Amsterdam.
Maybe New York or LA or something like that.
Buenos Aires. Maybe one in India would be nice.
Moscow.
San Francisco.
Well, it's a stretch, but like Melbourne.
Sydney.
Oh. To Australia?
Okay, Melbourne, Sydney. I was sure Sasha was going to say Moscow, and MVL Paris.
My favorite answer was Ninja Turtles. So
Ninja Turtles.
I'm going to go with that one.
What about Silence of the Lambs?
Ooh.
Dangerous character. I like the New York answer, of course.
Yes.
That just seems like a natural to add to the tour. Well, these players are clearly human beings. I mean, they're cool people to hang out with. You have these great conversations. And Magnus about not watching movies, yeah, right. That guy has so many movies on his laptop, funny. And he can reference so many American shows, British shows. Seems like he watches everything. The openings have been quite interesting. One of the more interesting openings on the board is the game between Fabiano Caruana and Viswanathan Anand. Anand is not playing for much right now, but Caruana is playing for quite a bit. He wants to win a game. He needs to win if he's going to have any mathematical chance of doing anything in this particular event. And look at this opening idea. The typical move here is the move bishop to e4. But in Norway, they played a blitz tournament at the Norway 2015. And Anand played the move bishop to d6. And he has repeated that here today. Well, knight h4 is what was played in Norway to stop the bishop e4 idea. But this time, Fabiano played the move knight to g5, allowing bishop g2, and now knight b to d7, e4, e5, takes, f4, and knight to c4. Now, in this position, there have been different moves. b3 is one of the moves in the position. Bishop c1 is what was played by Caruana, but I'm sure a lot of beginners are thinking, whoa, hold on. Not just beginners, even us grandmasters. What's the deal? Is that a piece? Hitting your bishop, hitting your knight, pawn is mate. Queen takes c2 would be mate on this square. So don't move this knight thinking you're going to do any funny business. What's going on exactly? This position is absolutely amazing, and it shows how much you have to prepare. And thank goodness for computers, because in the old days, without computers, you had to look at the position yourself and make sure there were no blunders being made whatsoever. What's your first move, guys? I challenge my esteemed grandmaster, co-commentators. What's your first move with the black pieces here?
I take on e5 and queen d5 check, or h6.
Yeah, I have the feeling it's something like, I mean, queen e8, I guess, or something like that. No, that doesn't work.
Queen
funky
e
position, right?
Really weird.
Wow. No.
I'm just trying to think outside the box.
Outside the box, yeah. Because
well,
Yasser,
Yasser, it was in there what you said. Remember, you'd have to analyze this deeply. The move h6 is, in fact, the move in this position, looking to chase this knight. Now, if the knight drops back, then you get to play knight g4 with a juicy check on e3 coming, so your bishop will not hang. So that is not the best response. Now, takes is the move. Take on this square, and now it's white who has to be extremely careful. White is in big trouble in this position. Believe it or not, white has to be very careful right now. And if white were to play a move, for example, that looks just great, f takes g5, then all of a sudden, bishop e5 shows up on the board, threatening the very simple bishop takes b2, and thank you very much for your rook. Don't move your knight because your bishop will be hanging, so don't try to bring that out. Don't move your bishop up to this square because e3 is hanging. And suddenly you realize black is the one with all the tactics, and oh, by the way, here comes queen d5, and black's position is just amazing, attacking incredibly. The other position to look at here, if not takes, allowing bishop e5, is to take on g7. That looks like you're wrecking the structure. But after the very cool, calm rook e8, this demonstration is history. Black has all the active pieces. Just look at white's pieces. And black, after a move like knight to c3 to stop rook to e2, black plays a creepy, crawly move, queen d7, with not so nice intentions of getting on the long diagonal, and white is scrambling to defend this position as the black rook will come in the game. All of black's pieces will be fantastic. So this is why you don't get greedy and play that fork, because in just 2 or 3 moves, it's black on the attack. So this is when we go back to the position before bishop to c1, right here, knight c4. That's why Fabiano did not play e5, and he played bishop c1. This is the first time this variation has ever been seen. This particular move, bishop to c1, Anand has had to face against it, and let's see whether or not they move forward in the game so far. Just a few moves have been played, yes. After bishop c1, h6, knight f3, knight to g4, and rook to e1, and the game continues.
Thank you, Maurice. There's some really beautiful, complex lines with e4, e5. And at first, when you see the move e5, you go, wow, aren't I just winning? And talk about a boomerang effect. h6, very nice, booting the knight, knight back to f3, knight to g4, pardon me, attacking the square. Very much in the style of the game of Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, where in that Spanish you saw knight a5 to c4,
right,
attacking the bishop. You know, at first it looks like white's making developing moves, then he kind of goes backwards. Knight g4, attacking the square e3,
and I think
rook e1, and we have a move. Sorry,
I think we got an exchange sacrifice, unless I'm missing something.
What have we got? Oh, yes, you are right. After the move, bishop c5. So bishop c5 sidesteps e4, e5. Again, looking at the e3 square, this knight on g4, by the way, will run out of squares after h3, so that's why we see this move bishop c5. And basically, Vichy says, hey, I've got a serious threat. No, you don't, says white. Go ahead and win that exchange if you want. Let's take a look at what Fabiano has prepared. After knight e3 check, he's, pardon me, let me just take that last move back. Obviously, there's a fork to the king as well as to the queen. White has to capture that rook. Bishop takes rook. Now, we don't have any pawns, but we do have some kinds of initiative here.
Well, I could play knight d5 immediately. I could play knight d5 after rook d1. I'm not so sure which one's stronger.
Right. Let's say it doesn't matter. Let's say we just go knight d5 for the moment.
Bishop probably retreats to b6.
Right, and says, please take my... now we're going to bring our rook over. Let's see, rook d1 and e5 to set up.
That looks like the most normal move, but...
Do I have something even better than rook d1? Maybe even...
Queen c6, maybe. Knight e5, perhaps?
Queen c6,
Knight e5 I like.
You like knight e5?
Well,
okay,
I mean,
that's nice.
Because if I get my knight to c6, suddenly I have a lot of control of the position.
It's not a position for rooks. It's a whole exchange. Those knights look pretty.
They look pretty awesome.
But I'm just going to say pretty. I'm not 100% sure about awesome. How about rook e8?
Okay, I can play rook d1 now.
Rook d1. My queen is actually short of squares, isn't she? Well, I better play something, I don't know, getting off this discovered attack. Wow. The one thing's for sure, Fabiano has definitely studied this position. He's played it very quickly.
Right, and he's not shying away from the fact that he studied it. He spent 2 minutes and 38 seconds. You know, 48 seconds to get to this position.
I'm warming up to the sacrifice a bit. Once you stick the knight on c6 in the fashion that I just have on the board, and the knight on d5, black's rooks truly are being controlled. And be careful, because this move f5 followed by f6 reinforces my control over the e7 square, which means I get to check your king and really have some fun. I'm very...
Yeah, this is
I think
cool.
Vichy better really take a deep think right here, because this exchange sacrifice has come out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Maurice.
He's got to take a deep think before this. He doesn't want that position. Don't go into the exchange sac. There's no way Caruana just waltz into that exchange sacrifice blindly. Oh, yeah, here, you can just have my rook. Absolutely not. The variations you guys just looked at, knight on d5, knight on e5, rook on d1, knight plunking down on c6, and it's clear the rook on a8 is irrelevant. How will it even get in the game? Just have to point to the difference in the material, and that's a good way to judge exchange sacrifices. Okay, what's the deal? My knight versus your rook, and which rook do I pick on? And you can pick on that rook on the a8 square in that position because it can't get in the game. Meantime, the knights are just beautifully posted. Knights love stable squares, and knight on c6, knight on d6, d5, excuse me. How do you get rid of those knights in that position? That was just too much to look at. You look at the board here, the line you just looked at with queen to c8, knight to c6, and already the engine's saying way better, not like way better for white. White is dominating the board right now. Black has to be very careful. Moves like king to h7 are being suggested, getting off the fork. And you really look like you want to play e5. The engine wants to play strategic with f5 and just get a light square bind on the board and say, move something. Go ahead. Look around. The bishop is irrelevant. Everything is on white. You like this. Every one of white's pieces on white. So it's not just the rook out of play, but also this bishop is completely irrelevant. It's just striking on air around the board, and it's maybe not winning for white. It's hard to see what exactly the winning plan is. Maybe white will just pawn storm him with pawns going up the board, or be a little bit more circumspect, but it certainly looks like if I had the white pieces, I wouldn't feel like there's any danger at all here. Just don't let his rooks get into the game. So this is a strong position. We want to point out this key game of the round. Michael Adams, we did see c4 in the game by MVL when we were here. c4 was played. Michael Adams playing queen d7, and here's where that strange move, bishop a5, was played several times already in this position. Sorry, no, it wasn't in this position. In this position it was bishop. No, it was. Excuse me. Yeah, that's right. And then after this move, bishop to c2. That double sequence of weird moves with the idea of knight to d2. So we've seen this before in previous games. We'll see whether or not MVL plays into this. I thought that MVL was well prepared to getting into this line, but after queen d7, he seems to have gone into quite a long think, and it's not typical for him to start looking over his preparation. Once he has put these moves into his big supercomputer, as we know it. I don't know if NASA leases out his supercomputer, because apparently he has one of the best ones around, but he normally just knows, I know exactly what to play here. I'm not going to stop and think about it. I don't think you've outprepared me. But he is stopping to think in a position that he pretty much rushed right into. So that's a bit of a surprise right now. We'll see what comes up on the next few moves.
Thank you, Maurice. I just want to say that is an incredibly beautiful concept by Fabiano. Great preparation. Again, how visually, geometrically beautiful it appears when you have these knights dominating on c6, d5, queen on c2, rook on d1. As Maurice says, you're an exchange up. Go ahead and enjoy them. What are your rooks doing? Versus look at white's beautiful dominating knights. Just a marvelous concept.
Right. So Vachier has to avoid the position that we're looking at, I think. We didn't really establish how he's going to do so, right?
Well, first of all, we were just looking to see what the heck is Fabi up to,
The what if, right?
Yeah, Fabi laid down the gauntlet. He made the challenge. I'm playing knight c3, encouraging you to make that exchange sacrifice in the variations we've been looking at. As an alternative for black, well, they don't immediately rush to mind. After all, these pieces on the c4 and c5 squares were specifically designed to invade the e3 square. If you don't invade the e3 square, you allow white to play, I don't know, even a move like knight d1, well then white's going to be playing moves like b3, h3, kicking the horsies backwards, and suddenly the pawns on f4 and e4 are extremely meaningful. So alternatives?
Well,
I don't see too many.
Queen d7 in this position.
Let's do it. Queen d7. And, okay, let me just pause for a quick second. How does the queen make that big a difference after, say, h3? In other words, if you go for that same exchange sacrifice.
If you force me into it.
Yes, exactly. Have you meaningfully improved the queen being, the difference being on d8 versus d7 for a second? So then comes knight d5, nice big juicy tempo.
Yeah.
And by the way, knight e5 comes with a juicy tempo too.
Maybe this was not so great.
Okay, let's take it back. Let's reel it back in for a second.
Let me see. So you play h3. Queen d7, h3.
Queen d7, h3. That's correct.
And can I not go knight f2?
Okay, now that's a different. That's really a different jump. I do get it. I mean, you're threatening the pawn on h3, but I'm looking at the knight on f2, and
that's okay.
There's some kind of artificial.
I'm looking at your king, so I'm not too worried.
Oh, really? You think so? Wise guy, eh? You want to play rough? Okay, we'll play f5. We'll play it rough.
All right, let's see. Man, I have the feeling that I don't know. I got a lot of pieces on your king side.
Yeah, but they do seem to be, mid-air. Tactically, it may work tactically, but strategically, I
could bail here with queen d3, though.
Yeah,
and I think black should be okay after queen d3.
I don't think
you got a tie break?
No.
Those are some very interesting lines. It turns out that knight f2 and queen d3 is supposed to be equal according to the engines as best right to bail in that position. But what's more interesting is actually queen d7. You would think you're just setting yourself up for a punch, right? That's what makes the most sense here. I don't actually understand this. It's so beautiful. Let's just follow this line. Takes, knight d5, and now you say, ha, gotcha. I put my knight on e5 with tempo. Remember, the queen was back on d8 when this happened, and the pawn was on h3. This should be even better. But it turns out the queen sneakily gets to this square, e6. And now when we get our dominating position with knight to c6, rook f to e8, and thanks to the fact that the queen was on d7 and moved up a tempo, that's white's plus move. For black, it's maneuvering the queen to this square. Suddenly, the pawn on e4 is under attack, and that pawn is defending the knight on d5. So if you defend in this way, black suddenly plays f5, and the lines for the rook start to get open. The knights become destabilized, and now the engine's saying that black is just winning. Just one nuance. The queen up so that it could have a good square, and suddenly you can't control the position. You can't tamp it down. Even if you start going after material, for example, in this fashion, the engine's happy. Like, okay, now my rook's in the game. You might win this pawn someday, but so what? Now the rooks are active and starting to play. Amazing concept. Bringing the queen up just to get that free move. In this case, it makes h3 into a move that's just a little too slow. In fact, the right move should be knight to d1, stopping any threats on this side. But there's some specifics for black here. Weird chess. Will Anand find it at the board? Bishop to b4, rook to e2, and now rook a d8 on every move. A threat by white, by threat to white. Knight to e3, trading everything off. And in this position, all the danger, the tactical danger is past. And what remains is this d-file that black controls. And the engines think that black is the one who's slightly better here. Although I'm sure that Caruana has got some ideas. And look at this. He has used less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes to play the game while Anand is all the way down in 111 going, oh boy, another young whippersnapper playing novelties against me. Man, does life get any easier?
Not in the London Chess Classic. We're full of creative players. I mean, I love this Fabiano Caruana preparation.
Yes.
It might not be objectively crushing or anything like that, but it puts your opponent under pressure. It forces him to come up with different ideas. And
exactly.
Speaking of coming up with different ideas, I'm told from production that we have a page full of Yasserisms.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What is going on? That's really good, actually. Wait a minute. Really?
Let me
say that?
9 out of 10 dentists who play chess agree. The tea is not ready for boil. Sorry, I'm groping a little bit here.
Jennifer's not even on set when I said that.
You know about streaking? Alejandro, what? Okay, very good.
Oh boy. Okay, new graphic. Let's go.
A dollop of poison. And I just love that. Is that a basketball pose? What is it you're doing there in the middle picture?
You won't believe it, but that actually came from a tennis match I had with Robert Byrne in the World Championship in Murano.
Wow.
We were both pushing, you know, that's been Photoshopped. We were both boasting with our chests. Okay. Oh boy.
Yasser, clearly the creative mind.
There we go. Well, I mean, it sure beats the karaoke
That never
footage.
happened. That never happened. No.
By the way,
Why are you reminding them of that? I know they're dying to play it again.
I'm telling you, we've got, you know, as grandmasters, you know, we're very vengeful. I mean, we remember our losses. We've got to come up with something very clever to slam dunk the production team. We've got to convince them to all take the ice bucket challenge here in winter in St. Louis. What do you think? Really good idea?
Being told from production ain't gonna happen.
It ain't gonna happen. Well, again, a very creative approach by Fabiano. Will it bring some rewards? I don't know. Let's go to the game of Magnus. Oh,
well,
we did
before
see.
That,
yeah, sorry.
Because this is a very fascinating position. I want to go back to Maurice, who has a couple of ideas.
Sure.
In the Caruana game, while we take a look at this fascinating position.
This is actually the MVL game. Just quickly, this line was also seen. Bishop A5, the more popular move, but here See, a logical, something that actually makes sense, for crying out loud. Takes, and A5 is now on the board. White has a pass pawn on A5. You want to look at this position, the engines say this is slightly better for White. After all, White has what seems like some space, the pass pawn. Black play bishop A6 almost invariably in this position, given that that bishop's not doing much in order to blockade that pawn. But in the results, as far as the results go, the games, 4 games in this line in the database, 3 draws and 1 win for Black, which is interesting. You look at the engine and the engine says you're better, but Black has been the one scoring in these lines. So we'll see whether or not Michael Adams was prepared for this demonstration. Remember, we saw that other line with possible piece sacrifices and funky moves, but MVL has steered clear of that and just given himself a healthy pass pawn, well defended, and it's up to Adams now to figure out exactly where his play is going to come from.
Thank you, Maurice. Across the board, I'm seeing some really interesting games for this penultimate round. This is a dream. We're getting a lot of very combative positions with some original maneuvers. Just looking briefly in on that crucial game between Alexander Grishuk, Levon Aronian, at one time tied for first at +1. Now they're tied for second at +1. We've seen White grab the center with the move E2, E4, takes, bishop to C5. And if I were to give this position to a lot of grandmasters, I don't think they would have come up with this very creative move, rook on E1 to E2. The problem that White's having is, first of all, that his knight's under pressure, but he really wants to bring this rook into the game, and this move, rook E2, is crafty. What White's idea is to bring his rook to the open file, put his queen on E2, and draw his other rook to the D file so that he will double rooks on the D file. Queen B8 vacating the D file, making rook D8 available for Levon Aronian, and I'm expecting the move rook to D2, and
right.
With very unusual, creepy, crawly moves.
Let's show the viewers some of the complications that are in the position. Instead of playing rook E2, for example, the move E5.
After bishop
Instead
C5.
Of rook D2.
Rook E2.
Queen B8, and then E5 in this position.
In this exact position,
might be
goodness.
A very interesting.
Wow. E5.
Sharpening of the position, but I don't think it works, but let's see exactly why.
Well, I would probably just grab this bishop for the moment.
And this is where it gets wild. If I take on F6.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You're giving up those light squares.
I'm giving up the light squares for the dark squares around your king.
You're going to...
Yeah, I'm going to regret this.
Definitely. And I'm a pawn grabber, okay? You're talking to the pawn grabber over here. These light squares, I mean, I've had too many boomerang experiences giving up these light squares, and it's not just because of the move bishop H1 or bishop H3. It's just that the long-term ugliness that I'm constantly having to basically protect my king.
Right.
That pawn on G7 looks really, really, really good until you start saying to yourself, well, is it a white pawn or a black pawn? It's sometimes that white pawn on G7 helps shelter the guy's king. And then he's like, oh, get rid of that pawn.
Right.
So this is a dangerous, easily could boomerang against Grishuk. But besides the E5 move, other tactics that you were about to share?
No, it was that was the main thing.
I see. Okay. I can well imagine, but then you're burning your bridges. You want to play a move like E5. I can well imagine some specific reason why you might want to throw in a B4 move but you have to really calculate those positions very, very finely indeed.
Right. Something to actually think about here in this position for Grishuk. Of course, you can always go back to the idea of playing rook D2.
Which I think he will, by the way.
Right,
after rook D2,
seem the most natural.
Queen E2, rook D1. I do like the space. I have a slight preference for White's position. A lot of things will be decided in the next few moves. I have to look at the game between our world champion and former world champion. We did see this position when we left. Knight came to f6, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. Veselin said, well, I can deal with that. I'll defend the pawn. h7, h6, just making luft.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. And then a4, a5. a6.
a6 as a reply to... maybe he's avoiding a6 from white himself?
Yes, it's entirely possible. Let me just put a move on the board that Magnus did not want to have to deal with a6 and knight e5, hunting down his light squared bishop. So he played the move a6 himself, pardon me. Not an intuitive move that you really want to play with black, but there you have it. Takes, takes. Rook b1, queen drop back to c7, rook c1, gaining a nice tempo. I like this move, queen a5, posting up, not only because of rook c7, which of course you want to do. Whenever you have an open file, your whole objective is to invade down that file. But from white's point of view, you're just blockading this pawn on a6. You're stopping a5, a4, a3 with a little bit maybe unpleasant decoy / counterplay.
But I'm
so I like this.
I'm wondering, after rook fc8, what
natural move, yes.
What exactly does white have? I mean, the problem partially is that the material is so reduced.
Right.
And I'm threatening to take on c1 and then take on e4.
Take on e4.
If you trade the rooks, then I'm left with an active rook against a passive one.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in that per se. I'm looking at some lines where I might be able to get in d5, but I don't see how I'm really going to get that to work. I like to keep the pieces on the board. Again, just mentioning that with the center pawn duo, it's better to keep, from white's point of view, to keep as many pieces and to keep black's cramped. But having said that,
queen c7.
Queen c7 looks pretty tame. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like any problems for black.
Not that much. Must say, that looks like a very good strategy for Magnus indeed. Maurice.
You two are exactly right. That position is just fine for black, according to the engines. No real danger, and that's why Topalov is studying the position so intently. Black is fine there. Too few pawns and pieces on the board right now, and the play is restricted. It's just a small window. So Magnus should be fine. Maybe, though, the problem is he can't get more than fine. Like, how does he win the game? Although he has the black pieces, he shouldn't have that responsibility being the second player. But he's got other players to think about who might win, or, for example, MVL, who might win his game, and other players he's tied with who might win their game and make it almost mathematically impossible for him to win the tournament. So this game right now, though, is of interest. I want to take a look at this. I'm thinking, even if other players win, Magnus will still be in the runnings because he could hope for other things to happen, but he won't be in control of his own destiny. In this position, Anand is no fool. He said, exchange, sacrifice, yeah, right. I'm not falling for junk. Instead of going after the knight e3 move, he played queen to d6, one of the engine's top moves. Queen d7 was the other move, and this avoids all those shenanigans that Fabiano had prepared. With queen d6, now he's ready, and the threat will always be sitting there. And remember, the improvement of the queen makes a big difference to the line where you get the exchange sacrifice. You don't want to force it now with h3. So now Caruana is thinking about the position. I'm surprised queen d6 wouldn't have been on his radar, queen d6 or queen d7, especially since those moves are the engine's top choices in this position. Why wouldn't he see this particular move and be ready to face off against it? Was it a bluff? Because if he has to play knight d1, those lines do look comfortable for black, beginning with the move bishop to b4, attacking the rook, virtually forcing this move. Then the other rook jumps into play, and we get all these exchanges happening on the board. Takes, 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 and now black has the open D line while white has the central pawns. It should be fine for white still. Seems like Caruana would know this, but black seems to still be in the game. We have the 3-2 majority on this side. Bishop versus knight. Interesting imbalance in the game. But Anand sidestepping that key variation that we saw, and we see him now walking around casually as Caruana stops to think about a position that he unquestionably prepared.
Well, thank you, Maurice. Perhaps it was a little too deep for him. Perhaps he only considered Queen D7. We'll have to see what Fabiano Caruana comes up with. We're going to take our first break of the day, and we'll be right back with more on the 8th round of the London Chess Classic. Welcome back. We are here in the 8th round of the London Chess Classic. We have some interesting openings today. No Berlins.
Yay.
We do have one Spanish, but I think we're pretty happy with the brayer variation that MVL, our tournament leader, is playing against Michael Adams, the rock-solid player from England.
Yes, Alejandro, and we've just seen this move, Bishop B3. First of all, Mickey didn't put his rook on the C8 file, as has some of his predecessors in this position. He put his rook on the B8 square. Bishop C2, dropping back with the bishop, with the idea that if you try to play Bishop A6, B4 and B3, immediately white goes into lockdown mode and plays the move Bishop B4. Mickey could step back with his bishop with the idea of playing for B4 in this position, and the difference is, or I should say the key difference is, that the knight could then step back to attack the bishop. While we were on break, it's funny, but you know, we've seen a number of games, especially of Boris Spassky, where he sacrifices a knight for 2 pawns, and I was just looking at, it looks a little bit too brave or bold or silly or however you want to look at it. How about the move knight e4? I believe it more when the rook is on e8. I'm sure that Mickey is not planning on the sacrifice, but please indulge me for a second. Go ahead and make
But don't
the move.
you only get 1 point?
Well, let's see. Go ahead.
Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. Now, how would you like to recapture?
Going to guess the bishop so as to force you to play f5.
Which I want to do anyway. Yes, f5.
Okay.
Attacking the bishop.
All right, let's see where I put mine.
You got to drop back somewhere. Let's just go to c2,
C2
for argument's sake.
yeah.
Yes. Now we play the move e4, driving this knight out of the center.
Wow, very aggressive.
No, it's very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Thank you, aggressive. Yes, and if you go knight h2, just indulge me for a moment, please.
Sure. I'm indulging it with plenty, though.
d5. Okay.
Okay.
So now I do have 2 pawns. I'm touching this rook. For sure, I don't see Mickey playing this, but you always start thinking about when do you want to make these kind of breakout sacrifices. Maybe you have to first, by the way, preface the capture of the pawn on d5 with a move like queen b3. Something intriguing, something very off.
Well,
looks a little dubious. I agree.
Creative.
Well,
Yes.
not creative in the sense that I do have some games in mind from previous players, but obviously you don't do this when, first of all, the bishop has already come back and your rook is no longer centralized. Doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it earlier.
All right, let's try to refute it just straight up, because
Sorry,
I'm sure that we
A5.
can. All right.
But again, I don't think he's going to do it when you've moved your rook to b8. Bishop c2.
Definitely expecting bishop c8, but let's say that he goes knight takes e4.
Right.
Knight takes.
Knight
takes. Knight takes. Okay. Let's see. If you're gonna play e4, I might as well take with the. If I have to retreat to c2, I might as well take with the rook, right?
Well, if you take with the rook, now I'm not planning on f5 so much
so
as
now
bishop takes
now
d5.
it's my turn, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it's rook h4 time.
Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. You've got ideas, evil intentions, and there's a tempo against my bishop, too, when bad things start happening. But there is a bishop on c2. I'm losing faith. I am definitely losing faith.
And we do have a couple of moves, but okay, this looks busted for black and blue.
I agree. I agree.
All right. Yeah, he played instead bishop c8, which is what we expected.
Exactly.
And quickly MVL played the reply rook b1.
Again, Black's strategical idea is so clear with his rooks posted on b8 and a8.
Yeah, b4 would be a great success to be able to play it, and MVL is not going to let that happen for free.
For sure. He's going to make him pay.
Yes.
So rook b1, and again, he didn't want to post up with his bishop right away, because the knight would drop back if you move your bishop, then b4. So he's played rook b1. Excuse me. He's played rook b1 to prevent the move b5, b4. Now black has to do something extra clever. For the moment, this knight on d7, as well as the bishop, knight on f6, pardon me, as well as the bishop on c8, doesn't impress. Black needs to, to reorder his pieces a bit. I don't know, maybe something like queen c7.
I was thinking queen a7, but again, the similar idea of bringing back
the
some of
knight,
the pieces,
so that
the knight.
maybe I will play knight d7, knight a6, knight d7 to c5.
Right.
Just basically trying to get this guy into the game and also working the rooks. Also, by the way, the reason I chose queen c7 over queen a7, I think queen a7 perfectly legit. On a very good day, I may be intrigued. That dark squared bishop of yours, that bishop on d2, is actually a very good piece. Sacrificing it for a pawn, and especially if the b pawn, supported by the knight on c5, ever gets good, i.e. goes to b4 and b3, sufficient
compensation. Now we agree that there's several ideas in this position. MBL, definitely, I like his approach. It's solid. He is playing in a position that doesn't have much risk. Let's remember that if this guy wins London, if he's the clear winner at London, there's an excellent chance that he takes the entire Grand Chess Tour. The things that he will need for it to happen, he needs for Topalov not to finish third or higher, which that's not going to happen. Nakamura to finish last than second, which is true right now. He is currently tied for fifth, I believe.
Yep.
And Aronian to finish last and second. Aronian is currently
which is the danger.
Yeah, Aronian currently tied for second. We would have to be determined on tiebreak, on a mathematical tiebreak at the end of the tournament. The current standings: Maxime Vachier-LaGrave 4.5 out of 7, Anish Giri, Alexander Grischuk, Levon Aronian, and Magnus Carlsen all chasing him, half a point behind. All of them tied for second place with 4 out of 7, and relegated to lower now is Hikaru Nakamura, who was once leading the event, tied for first, is lost to Magnus Carlsen, is now tied for sixth with fellow American player Fabiano Caruana and the ultra-solid player Michael Adams.
Right, and I think at one moment going into yesterday's round, U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura mathematically had something close to a 40% chance. He was in pole position of being the tour winner. Big result yesterday in that epic endgame struggle with world champion Magnus Carlsen has pushed him down
and let's
the
remember,
tour standings.
But let's remember that he still has it well in his hands. If he wins 2 games in a row, it doesn't matter if Maxime gets first. As long as Hikaru gets second place, he will win the Grand Chess Tour.
Wow. Big money at stake and big games today. So this game between MVL, Mickey Adams being the wild card player, he has no chances, of course, in the tour because he's only played 1 of the 3 games. But he has an outsized impact on the results. So those wild card games are very crucial.
Very crucial, and we've seen it over and over again in the tournament. I mean, think about it like this. If Magnus Carlsen hadn't lost that last game against Ludwig Hammer in Norway, he had gained just a couple more points in the Grand Chess Tour. We're looking at an entirely different scenario.
Right. Wow.
That's where we are.
Now that you mention it, and that was such a crucial game. And Maurice Ashley with insights in today's penultimate round.
Well, in another crucial game between Alexander Grischuk and Levon Aronian, a couple of moves also that are difficult for beginners to understand. We see some of these moves happening all the time in these rounds, but lower-rated players might say, these moves? Why are you playing this kind of chess? First was queen to b8, shoring up this e5 square, but more importantly, guarding the bishop against this e5 burst. This controls the square and being ready to be able to take on g2 as necessary. Burying the rook on a8, however, so you might say, well, do I really want to do that to my rook? Well, take a look at the next couple of moves. Rook to d2, very natural, putting it on a file. a6, guarding the b5 square. Queen to e2, harmonious play by white. About to play a rook over to the d1 square. And now, rook to a7. The rook is on a weird square on this rank. Yes, again, you'll say, why is he playing these weird moves? Well, there are a number of reasons. This is a favorite move of mine personally in the hedgehog setup, which is very similar to what black has right now, although there's no pawn on d6. The rook seems misplaced on this square, and often can be. If you don't play this properly, you could be in a lot of trouble. But the rook has many pluses here. For one, it vacates the square a8, either for a bishop or even the queen in some positions, and it connects along this rank just in case this rook appears on c8. This rook might end up on c7 in case the bishop leaves the way. So this kind of move, very funky queen moves, rook moves, very strange play for black. But the problem for black is limited in space. This e-pawn on e4 guarantees that white has more space than black does. And so black has to figure out exactly how to maneuver. The problem with a queen on a file, like a c file, is that rook c1 pressures it. And that's why the queen tries to hide in some way. On e7, it blocks the path of the bishop being able to go back to this square. So it's on b8 for now. He's living with this position, and he's trying to coordinate his pieces. Bishop to a8 may follow with rooks doubling along the c line, and that's why you see these kind of quirky moves. Will it work out? It's all a question of timing. Of course, Grishuk knows this stuff too, so he's going to look to see if he has anything to exploit black's momentary discoordination in his forces. We know Grishuk can go in for a long think, and in the game right now, he's already used 56 minutes plus. But that seems to have not bothered him this tournament at all. Except for that game, he could have defeated Anish Giri, which would have put him in a tie for first right now. Time pressure did rear its ugly head in that game, but otherwise it seems that his normal time pressure habits have simply not posed a problem for him in this tournament, and he's doing quite well.
Thank you, Maurice. Do you have this feeling at the chessboard that sometimes when your opponent makes a wobbly move, a move that you just consider strategically suspect, suddenly, you roll up your sleeve and say, okay, I have to punish my opponent, and sometimes you go overboard because it's not that bad. The move rook a7 looks a little bit strange, but if you go overboard in your attempts to punish it, it could easily rebound. Well, how do you view this move, rook a7?
Well, when I got up to see on the break to analyze the games a little bit, I was looking at several of them, just going through, and I clicked on the Aronian. I just wanted to see what the computer said.
Exactly.
And I noticed that on the top line it said something like rook a7. I just went to the kitchen, grabbed something to drink. I was not interested in looking at anything the computer had to say anymore. But hey, it's one of their top choices. Okay. It makes some sense after all. It's very hard to refute, and I don't think that Grishuk is going to do anything drastic against it. He just played the move rook e1, which makes sense. It reinforces the e-pawn, but by no means would it be any kind of refutation.
Not at all.
Putting the rook on a7.
And it intimates, look, I would like to play the move e5, by the way, pushing your knight to a lesser square if we can. And, okay, rook e1. I didn't see myself any particular, let's say, forcing killer blows. No. I was more interested in passing with the idea of rook a d1. I thought that the rook being on d2, rook a d1, it doesn't immediately threaten knight takes e6, but again, there are tactics where knight takes e6, rook takes d7. Sometimes you see this move, the bishop kind of crawling off this long diagonal to go to h3 so you can sacrifice on e6. I thought that was the more enterprising move, but rook e1 does challenge black.
e5 definitely on the table now.
Exactly. So I do see that Levon has some issues. It's by no means easy. And Maurice, with deeper insights.
Yes, well, if I may go to a pleasant distraction, diversion, if you will, a game that I played many years ago, one of my favorite games, if you ask me, one of the best games I've ever played, this one would absolutely be in the top 5. And it was in this position that I played against Alexander Shabalov. I was a young IM, just had received my title, and I played this game in St. Martin. And in this position, as you see, the bishop is on the long diagonal here, attacking the rook, and I accepted this position so that I'd play one of my favorite moves, rook to a7. The game proceeded bishop b2, bishop b7, e4, d6, rook to c1, knight b d7, queen e2, and now in this exact position I play the move queen to A8. And we get the same kind of setup with the queen in the corner, but putting pressure on this bishop. Again, the rook on the A7 square. He played rook F to E1, as has now been played by Grishuk. And then I played rook to E8. And in this position after H3, bishop simply back to F8, king to H2. And then I play the queen back to B8. And this now is the exact same constellation on this side of the board with the rook sitting on the A7 square that Aronian has right at this moment. Now, the game, we talked about punish. Like, you see it and you go, okay, you can't do this. I'm going to punish you. Well, not so fast. This is exactly what Shabalov tried to do in our game. He played the move F4, and after G6, he went, bam, whole hog, E5, and we have an E5 siding potentially in the game right now with the two players, with Grishuk. I took on E5, and then I played the move knight to H5, and it looks like White has a lot of space and possibilities, but White has to be incredibly careful. Shabalov slipped dramatically with this move, bishop to C6, trying to exploit this formation because knight takes, loses the exchange. My knight under attack with a pin. And in this position, I played a move I still remember fondly. Knight takes G3, ripping aside the king side. He couldn't touch this knight, by the way, because the continuation would have been knight takes on E5. And now Black's all over White. Queen takes, runs into bishop to D6. And if he doesn't take, his bishop is under attack. Plus, I have all kinds of discoveries that lead to mate. And so in this position, he was in big trouble. He played queen F2. I took on E5 anyway, still with the same ideas. Again, beautiful bishop D6 ideas coming in. He sacrificed and then took on D3. I took back on D4. And in this position, he couldn't take my rook because I have ideas down here as well, or bishop D6, in fact, coming. So he played rook D1, and I still played bishop to D6. And after this trade, queen F2, king H1, queen takes B2. He found his bishop pinned, and I ended up winning the game after knight E4 trade, and rook back down to A8, bringing the rook into the game and able to win what still remains one of my favorite games to remember. So that idea, rook to A7, it looks weird, and it is weird, but you have to be careful. Don't just think, kill him, because Black does have some poisonous possibilities in the game.
A beauty, Maurice. Definitely that will be a big chapter in My Best Games by Maurice Ashley. A nice one. And that rook A7
the configuration,
the constellation, as Maurice suggested. Not so easy to punish those hedgehog positions.
Not at all. We got Maxime Vachier-LaGrave leading the tournament by half a point. It's not much. It's only half a point. Anybody else that could win one game potentially catches up with him, potentially passes him if MVL were to lose. So let's take a quick look at what the playoff scenarios could be in London, or if they tie on points in the Grand Chess Tour. In the event of a tie for first place, if it's a two-way tie, we will play 2 rapid matches of game 25 plus 5 seconds each. If those are tied, we will be heading into an Armageddon. After in a 3-way tie, the lowest 2 players on tiebreak, a mathematical tiebreak, will face off, and then the winner of that mini match will play against the #1 seed on tiebreak. They will be playing on the same time control, game 25 plus 5 second rapids. It will be played on Sunday after the rounds if they are necessary.
Wow, that could be exciting in case we see these playoffs. I
Definitely.
like them. All right. We do have this move by MVL, by the way. The last move was rook B1. We mentioned in the position that we think that Mickey would like to do a little maneuvering with this knight on F6. We looked at 2 possibilities, primarily Queen A7
and Queen
and
C7.
My slight preference for the move Queen C7, eyeballing an opportunity, maybe shortly in fact, to sacrifice the exchange with rook takes A5. If you were MVL's shoes, okay, you've got a position that you're comfortable with, you've got some kind of positional edge. Obviously, you're leading the tournament. Would you say, okay, MVL, turn up the heat, do something, go a little crazy, press your luck, and how would you do that if you had the white pieces here, Alejandro?
It's small, but it goes back to the same kind of typical Spanish ideas. you got white, you got more space, you got to improve the few pieces that you have, particularly looking at the G3 knight. I'm saying that,
Yes.
that guy is not really doing anything.
Other than protecting the E4 E4 pawn, pardon me, it's really playing a pretty limited role. It's not
Yes.
earning its oats. It's not it's not an all-star. Specifically, I was wondering, I would probably myself play the move Queen C1 just because I want to do something. I'm trying to induce a weakness. Not to say that after Queen C1 attacking the H6 pawn, this is a weakness of the king that's on H7. But with that bishop, you know, these ideas of knight F5 start floating in the air.
Famous Spanish bishop has cost so many black players.
So much.
So much.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking that you might want to worm your queen over here to A3 just to put the kibosh on rook A5. Maintain the tension, maintain the spatial edge, because it's also strategical play is about improving the pieces. White's queen on D1 has not played a role thus far in the game. Get it to do something. I'm not saying A3 is an ideal square or anything like that, but I always look at how can I improve my pieces. You mentioned the knight on G3. We've seen that Bobby Fischer maneuver, knight F1 to D2 to B1 to A3, going after that B5 pawn in game 1 of the 1992 match. In this case, the knight on G3, there's not a screaming roll out there. It's not like there's a square that you desperately can move your knight to. So I would say improve the queen and wait to see how things transpire.
Right, it's going to be pretty slow.
All right, let's continue.
And actually, we do have a move as Adams played the move Queen D8 instead of Queen C7, perhaps a little safer, as Maurice does have an update for us.
Well, MVL certainly knows the quote of his famous compatriot from the 1750s, Francois Philidor, who said famously, "Les pions sont l'âme des échecs." The pawns are the soul of chess. And it's about pawn formations. When you play the game, you want to know what should you be doing, where are the pawn breaks. In this position, it's very difficult to identify how white should improve the position. As you mentioned, Yasser, a move like Queen C1, King H7, we're still saying, so what do you do with the position? How do you break? Is there an F4 break? No G4? It doesn't look like anything will happen. It's very difficult to conceive of how you'll move the position forward as black has taken up solid station everywhere on the chessboard. It does look like a waiting game. How to improve this position when everything is covered. This does not look like an easy pawn formation to handle, and it just doesn't look as though white is going anywhere at all. Maybe he can improve his pieces with rook E3 somehow, but it just doesn't seem as though white can take any real steps. We'll have to study that to see how that one goes. Another position with a pawn formation that's limited and wondering where you go, all dressed up with nowhere to go, are Topalov's two center pawns. There doesn't seem to be a way to improve this position, and rook C3 has just landed on the board quite forcefully. Is Magnus playing this move, telling this bishop to go somewhere? Bishop A6 in this position would allow takes, and suddenly the center pawns are gone, and maybe he'll hope to draw this game with Topalov with the pawns all on one side. There doesn't look to be any dangers at all for for black. Maybe it is, though, for white. So rook to C3, a great move. Magnus feeling very comfortable right now. No dangers for him. Topalov better be careful the way he's playing this tournament. He could easily go down in this game, although it does look like he should hold the position. Another position with a funky pawn formation that looks like it's going nowhere. I mean, Bobby Fischer might be rolling in his grave after watching the way that Geary is playing this position. Normally, Fischer would play E5 for the attack, but after these trades and putting a knight on this anemic square B3, rook E8, bishop F4, queen B6, and now A5. What is this move about? Well, let's take a look. Queen B5, queen D2, bishop to E6. Very solid, beautiful pawn formation. A6. I'm not sure what's going on in this game, guys. This pawn going down. Now this pawn is a victim potentially forever. And So bishop to f8 has been played by Nakamura. He's just playing simple moves and wondering what it is that the Dutchman is doing in this position. The engine is definitely like black here, and white is tied down for some time to this pawn. Very strange play. And by the way, just quickly jumping back to this game, we did see this line. This is on the board right now. Vasilij Topalov against Magnus Carlsen. The engines give black a significant edge, believe it or not, because of the activity, but it seems like with the 4-3, this game should end in a draw, going very close to it. And this line, we did see this crazy pawn demonstration also leading nowhere. The game between Caruana and Viswanathan Anand. Anand looking very comfortable, but bishop to b4 was the move the engines really liked here. The suggestion of h3, just if you haven't had your morning cup of coffee yet, here in the U.S. anyway, the move queen takes, d1 is on the board, potentially. And after queen takes, rook takes. You just sacrifice this piece, and suddenly the move rook takes d1 is being given as best, followed by knight to e3, and it looks like equality is reigning at the end of it. What a crazy variation that's possible. I'm sure Caruana is inspecting that line. Even here, it might be slightly better for white, but it looks like black should be fine. So wild tactics after the move, rook to d8, that has now been played. And finally, although there's another interesting game going on, this position right here with Grischuk and Aronian, again about the pawns. King h1, signaling we know what, f4 potentially in this position. It's all about les pions, those little pawns. They rule the game in chess so that the pieces can really do their stuff.
Thank you, Maurice. I was just saying, Vasilij Topalov's treatment has really not only failed to pay dividends. I do agree that black's activity gives him an edge. Probably it's not enough to get anything significant, but if you look at it from black's point of view, black has posted up his rook more actively, his queen more active. He's even gotten in a luft for free. So,
but this should be a draw.
It should be a draw, but as white, you want to press. This is the opposite. Here, you're struggling to defend. And again, I think after queen c5, although I wouldn't say that this is a significant edge like the computer does, it's a much more pleasant position for black, no question about it.
Right.
He's got ideas of rook c2 as well as knight g4, coordinating attack against that weak pawn on f2, and the play is on Magnus's side of the board.
Yeah, after all, he's playing with a free initiative. There's
precisely
nothing that could possibly worry Magnus Carlsen from this position. No real tricks or initiative from the white side. It's all black. Topalov has to find some defensive moves, and if he finds them, I am assuming that he will get a draw. But he still has to find them, whereas Magnus Carlsen can just play any random move and he'll be fine.
Exactly. And in Magnus's case, we know as he loves to grind even with minuscule advantages. Right. He'll sign up for this position as would any top grandmaster for black.
Right.
So something has definitely gone wrong in that game of Veselin. He wasn't able to find anything. Returning for a moment to that game of Vichy, and I wanted to say that after the move h3, maybe the computer thinks that this is just a draw. After all of these traits, it's like a vacuum just came over the chessboard and everything got vacuumed clean off the board.
Yeah, but I wasn't so sure.
I like white.
Yeah,
there's something, just these pawns are more pleasant.
The rook is on the d file already.
Open d file. This majority is not yet put to work.
The bishop on c5 doesn't make a great impression. It feels like it's on the way of the pawn.
Right. Probably it's not that much. You could play rook c8 and bishop f8. But maybe a small initiative, slight initiative for white at this moment.
Yeah, it really reminds me of the Topalov game in the sense that white's pretty much the only one playing for anything in this position.
Agreed.
Okay, this one is more double-edged, and it's true that the opposite majorities will cause Caruana some headaches if he's not careful.
Right.
But at the same time, I mean, I will take white any time of the day.
Yeah. Nice position there for white. a board full of pieces in the game of Levon Aronian. We were talking about the move rook a7, rook e1, again intimating this e4, e5 idea. Levon said, well, I'll stop you. I'll bring my knight to e5. King h1. Obviously, the immediate f4 probably has some serious issues.
Just a little bit.
You're allowing this pin to exist, so the move king h1, stepping aside,
right,
playing for f4. Now, I know it may look strange, but okay, I like these radical approaches. Many times in a hedgehog, usually with a little preparation, there is the move g5, you know, Veselin Topolov's favorite move.
Right.
He pedunks the pawn on g5. He's hoping that after f4 takes, knight back to g6, the move f4 is premature, and that is to say, black is hoping, provocatively speaking, that white's king will be more exposed than black's king. The move g5 would definitely raise the temperature in this game. You don't believe it, or?
Oh no, not even close.
Not even close. Just checking.
Not
just
even
checking.
close.
Okay, you're awake. You're awake, Alejandro. Maurice.
Yeah, as a hedgehog player myself, g5 would not appear on the board in that setup, as far as I'm concerned. But it is interesting. The thing is, you simply have to let the guy attack you. That's the secret in the hedgehog. And black has in some ways gained a bit of energy by the d6 pawn not being on the board, by being able to play b5 as well. But white, if you don't time it correctly, white will get in f4 and e5, and suddenly you'll be in trouble. I'm on a position right now talking about trouble. Here, the Indians really prefer the move bishop to b4, and your intuition about white being slightly better in that other position is correct. This was the move. Disrupt what white was doing first, forcing this idea, and then bringing the rook to this file. This is what the Indians wanted to do, but instead, by playing the rook to d8, this position after knight d1, he played rook to d8, now h3, and he is absolutely forced, according to the Indians, forced to sacrifice his queen right now, to go into this position. If he plays anything else, well, where else can the knight go? I mean, f2 is covered, f6 runs into e5 now with no tricks, zero tricks. You simply drop a piece in this position. So after h3, Anand is sitting thinking about the board, looking for options. There's nothing to look for. It's just time to sacrifice your queen. Well, of course, it's only a temporary sacrifice after queen takes on d1. Rook takes, and we get into this position that we've already looked at a few times. Here the Indians are saying that the position is only slightly better for white after the move f6, controlling these pawns, and it may be the best path for black to go down. No doubt Vichy's looking at that once more. A position that may be not to be underestimated is Giri's position here. He did play the move after bishop f8, he played knight to e5, and a quick exchange in this position, and now bishop takes on e5. Well, actually, he's still thinking about which piece to take with. Either move, according to the Indians, don't make white, either move doesn't make white very happy. Bishop takes, knight back, bishop here, and then simply h6, controlling some squares. And again, it's this silly pawn. It's like you put your pinky out there, and someday you want to just like put it back down, because what is it doing there? It just doesn't seem logical to be on that square. Oddly, the Indian gives knight a5 to do what? Post up on b7? That's one of the moves. It also gives h4, another pinky move. I got this pinky thing in my head from my good buddy Josh Waitskin. That's how he always thought of these kinds of pawn moves. Doesn't look impressive at all for white. Of course, it's a long way to go in this position. Black himself doesn't have too many great plans here. And finally, you guys should take a look at Magnus Carlsen's game. The Indians still giving a real edge for black, where my feeling is it looks sort of equal. I mean, after h3, what should black do to win this game? And the Indians' first move, g5. Hey, why not? There's, as far as he's concerned, no losing chances for white, for black that is. Let's go for it with g5 and see what happens. Crazy chess. It still looks very much like it should be drawn. It's hard to believe that with all the pawns on one side, black should win this game. It just doesn't seem logical. But with Topalov, nothing's been logical this tournament, as he's just lost game after game after game.
Thank you,
Maurice.
Maurice.
Well, the London Chess Classic is a tournament that not only brings together the top players in the world, they also have a lot of side events. Talking yesterday about the FIDE Open, we were talking about the Scholastic events earlier.
The British Knockouts, a real festival going on there.
Right, and speaking of the British Knockouts, which was an incredibly strong tournament with Luke McShane, who could easily play in the Classic and has played in the Classic before.
Indeed.
David Howell, who also is strong enough to play in this tournament.
And has played it.
And has he played in the
I believe he played
Classic?
it, yeah.
Right,
Oh,
back when he was in the Rapids, I
yeah.
think. Right, and Jennifer Shahade is actually able to catch up with the winner of the British Knockout tournament.
Hey guys, I'm here with Grandmaster David Howe. He's the #2 player in the UK, behind, of course, Mickey Adams, the wild card here. And he just won the British Knockout Championships. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit about that tournament.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Yeah, it's the first time that something like this has ever been held. Actually, it was my first ever knockout tournament. Yeah, so it's part of the London Classic itself, I think. So they invited 6 of the top English players plus 2 juniors. So it started in the quarterfinals and it went on, and it only finished yesterday. It was a week long. I'm exhausted now, but I managed to get there in the end. So
how does it feel to see a tournament like this held in London? Do you dream of being the wild card one day, maybe surpassing Mickey?
Yeah, I mean, actually, like earlier this year, I got to over 2,700. I was hopeful that I might make a late surge to make them reconsider, but I'm hopeful for future years. Yeah, I think I wasn't ready this year. I would have had a tough time against the big guys. They would have sensed weakness in me and circled, but no, hopefully one day.
Which player do you admire the most or study the games most seriously from these guys?
Okay, there's a lot of them. I mean, I've actually been looking at Giri's games a lot lately just to try and figure out how it is he stays so solid, how he's always unbeaten. I respect Caruana a lot, and obviously everyone studies Magnus's games just for fresh ideas, how creative he is. So I'd say those few, probably.
And any comment on Mickey Adams?
Yeah, I mean, Mickey's done great. I mean, his defensive effort's been fantastic. I could only dream of holding some of the positions he can. I'm hoping he can get the win today. It looked like his opening was promising. So, no, best of luck to Mickey. He's doing country proud. So, yeah.
Well, with David Howe, #2 player in the UK, and an example of how the Grand Chess Tour and tournaments like this inspire the next generation of players. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jennifer. Nice to hear from David Howell, and congratulations to him on his UK Rapid Championship title.
He's a player that's actually improved tremendously in the last couple of years. He actually had several promising chances in many open tournaments to take them straight up. Actually, the Gibraltar that Nakamura won, Nakamura was in serious danger against Howell.
In the final round, were all the marbles. That was a great game, by the way.
Right, Nakamura basically saved himself by the skin of his teeth.
Yes,
yeah.
Just at the finish line.
The finish line,
you know, David couldn't press Hikaru over. I'm looking at this position, by the way, of our tournament leader, MVL, playing against Mickey Adams, and Maurice has been explaining why this blockade is so tough and the positional characteristics of the situation. And I've really warmed up to this move, Queen D8, and I'm chagrined myself, slapping myself, that I hadn't given it enough thought. I had put my Queen on C7 a moment ago. And the reason why I like Queen D8 as a much superior choice, I was speaking about what I'm going to do with this knight. Well, by leaving the D7 square vacant, if you let Black complete this maneuver of knight E8 to C7 to A6, then it's going to be virtually impossible to stop the move B5, B4, and I'll start taking Black's side of the board. Thank you so very much. So White has to be cognizant that Black has a very clear idea in the position, and now it's up to White. You mentioned that the knight on G3 isn't doing that much. White's got to do something here, and I'm not sure I follow exactly what he should do. I'd mentioned Queen C1, King H7, Queen A3, but even having posted up to A3, what's the follow-up? What's the follow-up?
I mean, in fantasy chessland, I get one of my knights to B4, but it's
one of these knights
difficult to actually maneuver
to
them
B4. If fantasy land being paradise being the c6 square.
No, I cannot dream of that much.
But if you dream of b4, you got to take it a step further. I get you.
Yeah.
So, but that also is a very hard maneuver to visualize how you're going to get a knight to the b4 square. You'd almost, again, you'd be doing something of the nature like this, right?
But that's so many tempi.
It's so many tempi.
You figured that by that point,
so
Black's done something.
Well, and indeed, knight c7, a6. So just good, hard trench warfare going on in this round, in this particular game, I beg your pardon. In that Anish Giri game, it's interesting that this pawn on a6, it's like that pawn on h6. You know, sometimes you go h4, h5, a6, you get this pawn. Who did it against Nakamura? Nakamura picked up this pawn on h. Mickey Adams. Mickey Adams put the pawn on h6, and then it was rounded up. But it's disruptive, right? It's annoying that it's on the board, that it's there. It's pawn on a6. I've seen Anish Giri doing this in several games. Think about Wesley So and Tata Steele. But okay, having said that, looks very balanced. It's hard for either side, in my view, to really make something concrete in this position. I don't have a very clear strategical plan as white, whereas black is just going to improve. This rook hasn't even gotten into the game. You've got Luft. And I don't see a clear plan. This knight on b3 is no great shakes. Maurice mentioned that the computer even suggested playing knight a5 and knight to b7.
And even that line I didn't get on why I couldn't pick up the pawn.
Right. So just a second. Hold on. Knight a5, queen takes a6. Just challenging a discovery. You mean something of this nature, yes?
For example? Well, maybe not to b5, maybe c6.
What? This move, pardon me, queen to c6, yeah.
I'm not threatening the knight, but...
It's pawn a pawn.
A pawn, right?
Right.
I mean, you're the one that has to justify why you gave me a pawn.
Exactly. The move knight a5 was not on my radar. I thought, if anything, white would be playing for d4 and rerouting this knight to e2.
Very much in the style of an Aljochin defense, you always break with these d4, reroute the knight all the way to f4. Really reminds me of those kinds of structures. Not normally shoving the a-pawn down the board in those cases, but at least it resembles that plan a little bit. It's a strange position.
Yeah, indeed. We'll leave it at that. It's a strange position.
Anish went ahead and played c3.
Pardon me, let me just go back to the position. He chose the move c2, c3. Pause.
Interestingly,
what is the idea?
Well, he can take with the pawn.
Ah, thank you so much. Black walks into a queen trap. Because my first, what are you doing? You're leaving the knight on pre, and queen takes c3 is an embarrassing moment as the bishop is in an ambush to the knight. But if you can recapture with the pawn...
Right. Yeah, it should be okay.
Indeed.
Yeah, if you play d4, I can play knight a5 for starters. And, I mean, your rook on a8 is always hanging.
Exactly. I don't believe it either. So c3...
Yes.
Well, again, from White's point of view, there's a logical link in his plan of utilizing his pawn on a6. He now would have an open b file. He could bring his rook, maneuver his knight, and one day, yay, bring the rook to b7.
And of course, suddenly the bishop on f4 gains a lot of sense now that it's covering the b8 square from the black rook.
Right.
I think if Hikaru takes on c3, suddenly White's position is quite harmonious. That rook on b1 follow-up seems to be pretty natural, and the queen on b6 feels very unpleasant. I don't think he'll take unless there's a concrete follow-up.
But on the other hand, you don't want to necessarily allow White himself to capture on b4, because if you're forced to make the recapture, c5 takes b4, bishop would drop back to e3, and the knight would suddenly land on a good square, a good centralized square, the d4 square. The knight on b3 is no great shakes, so this move c3
pretty challenging.
Is a good.
Right, I like that move.
Yeah,
This
I've
nice
warmed
little
it to
trick. Yeah.
I've warmed up to it as well. Maurice.
Well, it's not a warm move, it's a hot move because you have to take a look at these variations. Tell me if you really wanted to go into this line. After the move C3, Rook A C8, simply sidestepping everything in that position.
Which was played.
And it was played in the game. And now, if you play C takes on B4, C4 shows up on the board.
C4.
And look at this bishop on F8, hitting the pawn on B4. And now the lines are fairly forcing. The knight has nowhere to go. It's a tricky square for this piece. So the move bishop to E3, gaining a tempo on the queen. And now queen takes on B4, going into this particular position after it takes. And now the engines give, as only move, takes on the C4 square. If bishop takes on E1, white will toss in this intermezzo. C takes D5, attacking the bishop, still keeping an eye on this bishop. And white's pieces are excellent. So after taking on C4, bishop E3, queen B4, bishop B4, DC4, black should just take back. And now the engines give simply, you think knight D2, right? Your rook's under attack. No, why not knight D4? Giving away an exchange, cold-bloodedly an exchange, and saying that this position is fine for white, being that all about this bishop. Even after a move like knight C5, it looks very impressive that a knight's going to land on D3. It looks like he has open files. The engine's giving knight B5. Hard to believe that it's that easy for white. I'm not sure if you guys really embrace this position when you said it was looking good, but maybe so. The engines are only giving equality here for either side. Knight takes on A6 being possible in the position, giving back the exchange after knight to D6, and just saying after knight B4 that, what do you have? I'm up a pawn. You'll get your exchange somehow, however you wish to take. And whenever you get your pawn back, so what? How are you going to ever win this position? So it looks as though the position is balanced. Of course, it's not a completely forcing line, but it seems as though black should be fine, but white should be fine as well.
Nice line. And
nice
at least in this case, the pawn on A6 has become more than an irritant.
I mean, when you open the game so much and suddenly the A7 pawn is targetable, it doesn't matter that you're up the exchange. If I can get this A7 pawn, you're pretty much busted.
Yes.
I mean, the A6 pawn is so far up the board, supported by all of white's pieces. Black has to be a little bit careful, I think, in this lines.
Yes,
it needs to calculate very accurately.
Nice. So that game, it's been on a slow boil, but it's warming. It's definitely heating up.
Yeah.
In our tournament leaders game, MVL,
Queen
by the way,
C1.
played the move Queen C1. Mickey's been thinking.
I mean,
he's probably thinking that, okay, taking this, he could potentially trade the H6 pawn for the A5 pawn. I'm wondering, I would play King H7 instantly, by the way. I wouldn't be using so much time. But let me toss out this exchange sacrifice for a moment. How would you evaluate the result of rook takes A5? Would you want to take the rook? Question number one. Or would you want to take the pawn on H6?
It feels like taking on H6 is simply a concession. I mean, I don't think that white's initiative is nearly powerful enough to really get me worried as black.
Right, bishop takes H6.
Right. I mean, you have some knight F5 ideas. I mean, it's not completely void of threats.
Right.
But it still doesn't make a great impression on me.
Right, you think black's solid enough. So
it should be.
So you would want to punish your opponent for having given up the rook and take it. But we just talked about an exchange sacrifice in Anish's game, and we were crediting the power of a pass pawn on the 6th rank. In this particular case, we can easily see what Mickey wants to do, which is to create a powerful pass pawn. And he's got a bishop, so he's got a bishop and a pawn.
Yeah, it's not so clear, actually. I'm not convinced that white's that much better.
No, myself either. So
Mickey decided to defend the pawn with King H7, but definitely
he took his time.
A5, yeah.
He took his time. Maurice, if we could ask the chess engines on that rook takes A5, exchange sacrifice for Mickey Adams in our tournament leaders game, would that have been sufficient?
Just looking at the engine's evaluation, in this position, I'm fascinated. The engine's not defending with King H7 at all. It doesn't even show up as one of the top 3 moves, which is pretty hilarious. I guess taking the pawn will lose this pawn on A5, so they'd rather trade this one for this one and get rid of the passed pawn. Kind of slightly counterintuitive, but at the same time makes some sense. This pawn not really saying much. This pawn drops off the board, and you get to go down the board. So no need to actually defend the position. Even moves like knight back to D7 being suggested, saying, go ahead. You want this one, just give me this guy that potentially could be dangerous. You're not doing anything around my king that I'm very worried about. So definitely a nice move, and even not giving bishop takes on H6 any credence whatsoever because of the move B4. Now that the bishop has left, this pawn's dead anyway, and suddenly this is a passed pawn. So the pawn on H6 was not really being threatened. However, Mickey did play king to H7. Rook takes on A5. The engines think that this position is slightly better for white here after queen to E3. Certainly black has chances, but white has the rook as well. Another position we should look at very quickly is this one between Magnus and Topalov. After knight F3, queen C5, E5 was played. Knight to D5, getting a great square. Queen A8 check, king H7, now queen to B7, hitting this pawn on F7. You'd like to play your king to G6. Unfortunately, you kind of stick your king out there, and where can it go? I've seen this king go up the board sometimes, but it just can't maintain its position there. So after queen A8, king H7, queen B7, Magnus played rook C1, offering a trade. The engines think, again, slight edge for white, for black if H3 or H4. Instead, queen B2 was the move chosen, saying, go ahead, do your worst, let's trade down. This position's hard to imagine is an advantage for black. If rook to C2, then queen to D4, dealing with the threat. And again, moves like knight B4 being suggested as best for black. You have to be Capablanca to win this endgame. And I'm not even sure he would win this one. You can imagine some variation where black wins this pawn on E5, and it's a 4 against 3. Even if I gave you that much, hunker down and gave away this pawn, even that's going to be a draw. So no way to Topalov. And this is on the board now. Queen D4 is actually on the board. You can't imagine Topalov losing this position, except he's been playing so badly so far, he might figure out how to do it. But the game with the real pawn formation that we wanted to see is this one, and I'm still intrigued, being a hedgehog player myself. Queen A8, after king H1, queen A8, the daring move. Again, this bizarre constellation on this side, but we know as hedgehog players that it does have its spines, its pricks. So be careful after F4 being played, and now knight to G6, and now many moves for white. That's part of the problem with the position when you have white against this kind of setup, an embarrassment of riches. Which one do I do? Is it E5 going for it? Is it F5 going for it? Or even the more tame knight to C2, not giving any trades and preparing B4. And again, when do you play E5 or F5 to make sense in this position? This is a wild one, and Grishchuk spending his time looking at it very carefully now that he's gone in for a penny. Will he go in for a pound? Amazing position we're seeing right here. And round 8 really being an exciting battleground for what will decide who wins the London Chess Classic.
Round 8 has definitely been a fighting round. Carlsen's not giving up. He just played the move G5, signaling, hey, I want that pawn. Maybe it's not a big deal, but I want to play that 4 versus 3. We're going to take our second break of the day right now. But before we go into it, we do have an interview with Jennifer Shahade and the PR person in the London Chess Classic, a very important key role as she lets everybody know what's going on in London.
Hey guys, I'm here with Fiona Steele-Anthony, who is the press officer here at the London Chess Classic. So this year it seems like the event's getting a lot of media attention. What have the highlights been?
Well, it's been great. You know, we made it to the BBC twice. At the start of the tournament, Magnus made an appearance on The One Show, which is one of Britain's most watched shows, so that was great. And then yesterday it was on the London News, which, again, fantastic news for the tournament. And then there was an interview with the CNN. We've made it to various newspapers, so we couldn't be happier.
So what do you think makes a tournament like the Grand Chess Tour so easy to promote?
Well, I think the players are great. I think we're very lucky nowadays with the players we have. They are not only very strong chess players, but they have great personalities. So I think that helps us a lot. And yeah, they're all very accessible and very nice. So again, very lucky.
Do you have any sleeper picks for players who are particularly awesome interviews that we might not think of that way?
I think a favorite of mine is Grishuk. I saw him yesterday with you, and he answered the question about the laptop. I thought that was very funny. He has a very dry humor, but I love him. And I think Magnus is great. You just have to catch him in the right mood, the right day.
Now, how to bring it to the next level and make chess even more popular? Any ideas?
Well, I heard there are chances the Grand Chess Tour will hopefully not next year, but maybe the year after at a fourth stop, and then maybe there will be a rapid tournament. So I think that will further increase the popularity of the tour.
Great. So thank you, Fiona. Thank you. Going well, and maybe you could get even better and faster. Chess is moving ahead. Yeah, back to you guys. Back to you guys in the studio.
Welcome back to the 8th round of the London Chess Classic. We have all 5 games still going on. We are definitely out of the opening, well into the middle game, and in the case of Magnus Carlsen, already pressing a slightly favorable endgame against the tail ender of the tournament, Vasyl Topalov. We are here, and I wanted to start off, as we had mentioned, there's a lot of players in contention now for the Grand Chess Tour win. The whole thing.
Right.
It's wide open to several players. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave is leading in London, has a really good chance. Hikaru Nakamura, despite the fact that he's now in a tie for 6th, I believe, in London, if he wins a couple of games, since everybody's so close in London, he could make a nice comeback. He could come back and win it all. But what happens if 2 players are tied with the same amount of points at the end of London? And here it is. The first tie break will be number of games won by each of the players in the tie. So for example, if Anish Giri is somehow in the tie breaks, he will have a very low tie break as he has undefeated, plus won very little amount of games. For example, Nakamura would have a really nice tie break in this system as he's won many games and lost more than a few. The second tie break, in case the first one is still a tie, will be the direct encounter between the 2 players. So for example, if by some miracle Topalov and Carlsen find themselves in the tiebreak and they have the same amount of wins, Topalov will easily take that one as he's won 2 games against Carlsen. The third one, and unlikely to get to that scenario, is the Sonneborn-Berger mathematical system, which rewards players that score highly against players that did well. So if you, for example, in London,
strength of schedule,
right?
If you will.
Strength of schedule. So, for example, in London, if you scored well against the top half, but scored all your points against Topalov, well, that's not going to help you very much in this particular system. Again, very unlikely that it gets to the 3rd tiebreak system, and by the 4th, I mean, I really don't expect that to ever happen. But it will be the extended Koya system, which I'm not going to get into for the sake of sanity. Our audience.
We'll refer you to the FIDE handbook.
And where do we stand? London after 7 rounds. If you're just joining us, Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, 4.5 out of 7, a +2, very solid performance by the Frenchman, and he is followed by 4 very strong players, only half a point behind. Anish Giri, Alexander Grischuk, Levon Aronian, and Magnus Carlsen, all on +1. Tied for 6th place are the Americans Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, as well as the ultra-solid Michael Adams. 9th place is Vishy Anand, and on the tail end of the tournament, having a disastrous result, is the former Grand Chess Tour leader. I guess he's still the leader.
He's definitely the leader.
Until London finishes, Vasyl Topalov.
Yes, and it looks like somebody made a typo misprint on that graphic, because coming into the event, Vasyl was playing some of the best chess that he's played in the last few years to lead the Grand Chess Tour. Total disaster here in London. He's struggling a bit against Magnus Carlsen. We think it's more likely to be a draw than a win for Magnus, but Magnus has the edge.
And we can see him pushing against that e5 pawn, and I am kind of wondering how he's planning on defending it.
Let me just go back for a moment. I'm very, first of all, I'm forcibly reminded of an ending that Magnus won against Sergei Karyakin, the 4 versus 3 rook ending, where first Sergei lost a pawn on e5 and then went on to lose a 4 versus 3 rook ending against Magnus Carlsen. And I thought that
was Ponomarev.
Or was it Ponomarev?
Yes,
I beg your pardon. Got the names wrong there. I thought White was just going to play the move King G2 and hold fast if the king ever comes to F5. Or let's just say Knight C6. Let me just say that we get some position like this for a moment. Where the king comes to F5, I could play G4 check. And I don't think Black wants to walk into a mating net with King F4. Having said... Sorry, why not? Sorry, why not?
You have to risk if you want to win, but okay, maybe it's a little too
much. G4, are we sure we want to do something like this? And you can't take on C6, pardon me, you can't take on E5 with a knight.
Understood.
Well, let me just demonstrate how suicidal that move would be. But now I got
Rook
ideas.
D7 also an idea.
Yeah. So, but I thought he was going to hold fast. He didn't. Instead, Topalov essayed
H4.
H4, King F5 on the board.
And a quick Rook A4 also.
And a quick Rook A4. Pardon me. Gosh, sometimes it's total blindness.
Oh,
G4 looks like a winning move.
Quite the contrary.
Oops.
Yeah.
Check. The king would be forced back, and all that would mean would be a loss of a pawn. By the way, after King F5, Rook A4, isn't this a nasty trap that Topalov is setting? That he wants to play for H5, followed by G4, somehow ensnaring Black's king. Let me just put another checkmating pattern on the board. That would come from nowhere. Ouch!
The knight went to C6 instead.
Of course. The knight did, of course, go to C6 instead. I guess Topalov is going to take
G4
and bring that rook back to E4.
Okay, this looks dead.
This does have Nietzsche written all tablas written all over it.
97 was tried, and I guess Carlsen can maybe attempt to put a knight on F4, but
still, I think I would rather be black, of course.
No, I would rather be black, but
it's
chances of winning seem pretty slim.
Absolutely, agreed. Let's continue our tour. We haven't seen the game of Anish Giri, and actually, I want to stop right here. When we had left it at these parts. Three very tempting moves, including E4, E5, F4, F5, as well as the third choice, Knight D4 to C2, retaining all the flexibility in the position, as well as menacing a potential B4.
Right.
Don't get your bishop trapped by a retreat like Knight E7. I like these positions for white. Just feels like, especially with the rook at the moment bottled up on the A7 square, I'm going to give the edge to Grishuk in this one.
Undisputably, and then Rook D8 was played, but still it seems like white should have some way of retaining an advantage. He has an initiative for now. His pieces are definitely in better place. It takes a couple of moves for black to get that rook on A7 back in the game, and maybe Maurice Ashley can tell us how to get an advantage here with white.
Well, the Indians definitely like white in this position, and your points all well taken. The move that the Indian wants to play is to trade rooks on the D8 square and now play this very pointed move, knight to A4, attacking the bishop on C5, but also eyeballing this pawn on B6. Now, you know, your bishop is an attractive piece. It's on this long diagonal. It could be a dark square protector. But if you were to move it back to the square E7, suddenly the move bishop D4 comes out of nowhere, hitting this pawn on B6, which cannot move because of that rook on A7. And in this position, suddenly, you have to be careful. How do you defend yourself? If you play the move knight back to D7, which looks like ostensibly the only move, suddenly the move appears on the board anyway. Knight takes on B6, and if you were to capture back knight takes, then this queen to F2, and that pin along the long diagonal is fatal for black. So knight to A4, attacking this bishop. You cannot move the bishop off of the C5 square. You have to accept the fact that it will go down. So the Indian's giving a move such as knight to D7 to guard this square, and willingly parting with the two bishops and still saying, what does white have? White has to prove this position. Still, it's all about the E4 pawn. If you move your rook over to attack the queen, then white can play the move black can play queen to A8 yet again. It's all about this pawn, just putting that pressure on the position and asking white to prove something in this position. Even though he's got the two bishops, it's not entirely clear what white should do to improve the position any further. Black's still saying it's a hedgehog after all.
Thank you, Maurice. But in Sasha's shoes, I would go for the bishop. I'd take that guy off the board.
Right, bishop's a bishop, right?
Bishop's a bishop, and that bishop on B2 can have its say later in the game.
Yeah, we can ask Nakamura about the bishops later.
Don't remind him. In our duel for the first place, MVL as white, we've spoken about what a blocked position has occurred on the board. The closed Spanish positional game.
And it seems like the players listen to us through the broadcast.
Yes, I think that they have audio. We were specifically about these two knights as being a little bit misplaced pieces, having better pasture. Knight e8, knight e2, knight c7, knight c3. All of these moves have been played. Again, black is aspiring for the opportunity to play knight a6 and b4,
right.
But he can't do it with the pawn on b5 hanging. So we've just seen this last move, bishop d7 by Mickey Adams.
And MVL played the move knight a2, which was something we said, trying to put the knight on b4 ideally.
And
Frenchman has decided to take his time and do so.
And Paradise waiting on the c6 square. So knight a6.
Knight a6 looks possible. However, after knight b4, maybe you gotta solve a
just
couple.
in time.
Yes.
Knight on. I mean, the timing is so important in chess, and just in time to get the knight to b4, and still
not so
press.
clear. Some pressure. If I trade knights, my bishop on b4
will be well played.
Kind of annoying. Taking on c5 is always a possibility. The d6 pawn is clearly under pressure.
Right. The desirable knight a6 would be immediately bishop d6.
It feels like black's very solid. I don't think the nature of the position has actually changed. This is still a very solid position for Mickey. However, white is, with a slight amount of pressure, still trying to gain an advantage.
Right. As black, you're always looking for, I won't say desperados, but you're looking for counterplay to break up this team on e4 and d5. However, having induced this move king h7, you're a little bit reluctant to play f5 because there may be issues on the b1 h7 diagonal that you don't really want to deal with. A move like f5, in my view, you may want to aspire to play it, but you probably want to do a little preparation. Something like we see.
A lot of preparation.
Maybe even a lot of
f5.
But it's the King's Indian counterplay that you want when you're on the black side of a King's Indian structure. You're always aspiring to this move, f5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like this type of moves like queen c8. I always have to watch out for rook fc1.
Right.
It's unclear that queen feels safe. But on the other hand, and completely out of the blue, once in a while you can actually sacrifice on h3.
Yes. Normally speaking, not when the queen is on a3 defending the knight. The bishop takes h3 can be a real shocking, sudden change of events.
Yeah, especially since the knight that was so useless on g3 has now abandoned its post on the king side. Sometimes there's simply not enough defense on that side of the board. For now, because the queen is on the third rank, nothing should actually happen. But little details that sometimes matter.
Like that, keep in mind, yes. And there is that discovery, too. Again, proving that maybe the computer was right, that king h7 wasn't even on its number 3 list of things to do in that specific position when Mickey played what looked like a very human move, by the way.
A lot of maneuvering. We've already played 30 moves of chess, actually, in the MVL Adams game, even though it doesn't look so because of such a closed position.
Intriguing. Alexander Grishuk just played the move rook e1 d1. We've been talking about slow playing in the first 6 rounds. We saw a lot of slow play. But, again, white is just keeping the pressure. Again, I like that move. Oops, excuse me. Let me just I like that line that Maurice was speaking about, most specifically rook d8, queen d8, knight a4. I thought that after knight d7, you might want to just toss in this move rook d1 in this circumstance, so you can't play queen a8 as you get the queen off, and then take the bishop. 2 bishops, long-term, a grind ahead. Let me just turn. I wanted to find the game of Hikaru, Anish Giri Hikaru. There we have it. And before I get into that, Maurice, you have some insights to share.
Well, I was precisely in this game that I was also interested before the last move played by Hikaru Nakamura. The engine came up with one of the more creative ideas you'll see. Take a look at this position. Right before this position occurred, actually, knight d2 was played on the board. So knight d2 gets played, and you ask yourself the question, which I often implore my students to ask, what's the potential drawback to the move that was just played? Because after all, every single move has a drawback, and you want to see whether or not you can exploit it. Well, knight to d2, what could be a drawback here? Well, the drawback, of course, is that this bishop no longer has a way to get back home. It can't go forward without being captured, certainly not down this diagonal. So this bishop is a potential problem. So how do you take advantage of it? Well, Nakamura played h6, testing this bishop. Well, the Indians came up with an even more dramatic idea. What if you play the move g5? Now, this move, most players would just go, no, I'm not interested. But the point is, after takes, take on c3, and now after takes, play the move bishop to g7. The move g5 was just a way to gain a tempo so this dark square bishop can get on this diagonal. And the engine's saying that this position is slightly better for black. But I think most of us intuitively would look at it and say, are you crazy? Why would I have to do this to my position? But exactly how do you play? The pawn is under serious attack. A move like knight to e4, looking to protect the pawn, can be met very dramatically by f5. And I think all our spidey senses would be going, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. But what do I do? This looks like crazy chess. And again, the engine's saying, very good for black in that position. This is the kind of chess played in the 21st century. Yasser, I don't think these are the moves that we would find very natural. Seeing moves like g5 on the board followed by f5 looks like crazy talk.
Well, we've seen g5. I've been talking about g5. First of all, Magnus did play it. There was another opportunity for another player. I think it was Levon Aronian to play g5. And g5 in that position, that's a real shocker. The move, you were just talking about the drawbacks, the pros and cons of each and every move. What does it do to your position? There was a moment there when the engine had suggested knight a5. And if you wanted to play knight d2 with the idea of bringing your knight to c4, maybe a5 would have been a better route. Specifically, Maurice, for the reasons you point out, the d2 square is not occupied, and I'm eyeballing this idea of maybe posting up the bishop on b7, just trying to embarrass black's rooks a bit, while fortifying the a6 pawn. I don't think you want to sacrifice the exchange with queen takes a6, bishop b7, although I will grant you that there is compensation. Again, a lot of weak light squares over there on the king side, but that's...
You don't think it's enough?
Oh, I think it's compensation. I just didn't know if it was anything more than that. But this move, knight d2, if Anish is aspiring to play knight c4, knight a5 might have been a better route. Aside from the exchange sacrifice, I would have preferred that move.
Perhaps he doesn't want to commit the knight. He just wants to keep it flexible. And it's possible the knight on a5 just lacks that kind of flexibility, right? Maybe the knight here can go to e4 instead.
Right. You've got the option of e4 that the knight on a5 doesn't give you. But I really think c4 is the compelling square. After h7, h6, by the way, that was the move that was played. I'm expecting knight c4.
It was not played. It was played. h4 was played.
h4 was played.
And I'm wondering if you can play g5 anyway.
To get into that same variation?
Without the h-pawns.
Well, isn't that making black's king that much weaker? So
no, I agree.
The idea was that you're trying to bring your bishop on the g7 diagonal, spearing that rook on a1. But if we were just talking about an exchange sacrifice on the one hand, because there's weak light squares in white's king's camp, boy, look at those weak squares over there in black's camp.
It feels like with the pawns disappearing from the h-file, this should be a better version for white, who has an easier access to attacking the king side.
I would think so as well.
But I wonder if it's just a minimal difference.
Wow. Let me tell you, I'm a provocative player. I like forcing my opponent to make decisions that they may feel uncomfortable with. This is too provocative even for me, I must tell you.
It might have been too much for Hikaru. He actually took twice on c3.
No g5.
No g5. Take on c3.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, indeed. With the
D pawn first. B takes c3, and then he took again. Now, well, Anish hasn't retaken. He's still thinking about the position. He probably has options, I guess. He could play rook fb1, or he could play knight c4. He could play knight e4. I don't think he's compelled to take the pawn.
No, that is true.
Rook fb1 definitely.
Rook fb1, really, I find that a very attractive move because, again, we, you know, oftentimes you try to link your moves up in as a chain.
But Yasser,
and you want to play rook b7 once you put the pawn on a6.
What are you playing?
Alejandro.
What you play rook fb1? I'm just helping you. What if I play queen d8 here?
Queen David 8. I would probably play knight e4.
Avoiding all my kind of traps.
Sorry. Show me what I'm falling into after queen c3.
And now I have g5.
Now you have g5. You've got it protected. Now it's a lot easier to make such bold moves.
Right.
When and you get to attack my bishop as well as play bishop g7. I get you. That's why I jumped with the knight to e4. First of all, stopping
g5 cold.
And again, on a good day, if I could post up my rook on b7, snap that pawn on a7, there's a world of hurt for black in that middle game.
A very complicated position. Moving the knight from d7 looks logical, maybe knight b6. Also retaining the possibility of playing c4.
Right. So if I take with the queen, you've got a fork.
Yes.
And if I take with the knight,
c4 looks
now
unpleasant.
c4 looks, well, unpleasant is strong. It just, I mean, I think it's just a temporary pin. And one day, if I ever get my knight to b5, it could be a very good afternoon.
Lots of specifics. And Anish decided to take on c3 immediately instead of interposing the rook on b1. I think partially the reason is that you can always play rook b1. I don't think it's going to go away. Maybe he wants to put the knight on c4 instead.
Well, now we can get some very challenging lines, right? Now g5.
All right. And I'm starting to think that g5 is something that you have to look into, because if you don't play g5, what do? Before we get into the craziness.
Right. If you don't play g5, well, I see a lot of easy moves for white.
Knight c4,
knight c4, rook
bishop
b1.
b7.
Yeah, you've
accomplished quite a bit.
Right. I mean, and I'm not really, I'm not sure that I like this move, queen b4, by the way. I'm not a big fan.
No, absolutely. Trading off one of the few pieces that black actually has active. Again, knight e4.
Yes.
Here might look really powerful with the idea that if you take on c3, I take back with the knight. Suddenly knight b5 is a huge threat.
Definitely, definitely. That pawn on a6 has suddenly become not just an atlas. I mean,
what happened to the weakness on a6, right?
Boy, talk about transform from a 90-pound weakling to, a bodybuilder.
Yeah, so
that's huge.
I think we have to look at this g5 line, because if he doesn't do it, it just feels like he's worse. And he didn't do it, but I want to take a quick look at it anyway before.
Okay, so
it's unclear if you should take first on g5 or
we can. As we like, we can take these guys along, and I'm just saying that.
Well, I'm not so sure that you can do that actually, because remember that if you take on g5 at any point, I might be able to play rook ab1. Little intermezzo.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, let me just share that with our viewers. Rook ab1. Hitting the queen and with a tempo and getting out of bishop g7.
Right, you could defend the pawn with queen d8, but then I can just retreat my bishop and then ask you, why did you weaken your king side in such a fashion?
Exactly. So why don't we start with bishop g7? Why don't we grab this rook while the grabbing is good?
Before it goes away.
And just this position again.
Well, I guess it goes back to the same thing. I can still play rook b1 before taking on g5 as white.
From the start, from the very beginning, g5, rook a b1, and you're just, no. No, you've just played a terrible weekend. Well, wait a minute. Now we have queen d8. Didn't we transpose?
We tried queen d8, but the thing is I can take, and retreat the bishop. I didn't have bishop e3 in the other line because bishop g7 still hit the rook on a1 since I played the other rook.
Okay,
now
thank you for that.
don't have a skewer.
I like white very much here. That pawn on g5, it looks to, yeah, 94, queen c1.
I like white as
big
well.
Time. Okay, we don't like this. Maurice, Hikaru, a little bit in trouble. What do we got?
Not too much in trouble, but he did a couple of exchanges on c3 square that the engine did not like. In this position, d takes c3, yes, taking advantage of this diagonal, but not b takes c3. His move, knight to f6, was a money move, but why do it by giving the player the open file? No reason for that. Putting the knight on f6, exploiting the position of this piece, preparing to bring this knight here. Also maintaining the option of maybe even creating a passed pawn is something that the engines really liked. So this move was a strong move in the position, preparing to shut all of white's pieces out. In fact, this bishop would also get shut out of the game. And the engines say in this position right here, black has a clear edge. Surprising to be that dominant, but black has a real edge here. What to do? There's some dramatic moves. For example, if knight here, just kill it. Don't make it survive. And if you just take back in this position, let's go see what the end game looks like after this trade, and then maybe even grab a pawn. So there's tempi issues for white. Even though he has the two bishops here, he's down a pawn, and what exactly is he doing? So this move, the secondary capture of b takes c3, has completely alleviated all the pressure from white's position. And now the engine's saying queen takes, and after the knight moves to this square, a move like knight to c4, and white's just pushing black back with these couple of moves. Maybe Hikaru can maintain things, play something like queen to b4, but then queen back to c2, again saying, you're not going anywhere anytime soon. So not necessary for him to have allowed white to just suddenly depress all the energy here. Let's go to another position where it looks so active, like you really could take a picture postcard of white's position and say, this is really nice. Look at everything is perfect. The whole formation. But what do you do with it? That's the only issue. It's not so easy to advance. Black has audaciously played h5, saying, I don't believe anything you're doing. I could even play h4 if I want to in this position, given that this f4 pawn is weak. The engines give b4 as best, but hedgehog players know, I'm just going to hang out back in the position. And now king g1 as a move, that shows that there was no real plan, although e5 might be a tactical point, but black can just say, yeah, do what you want. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead. This position, knight to g4. I mean, I'm thinking that this is a dangerous position potentially, move like knight to e4, but still, it's one of those hedgehogs that you let the guy go forward, bishop to d5, and who knows what's really going on in the position. Now the rook's going to come into the game. Still a long way to go, and the players are studying it carefully after this move, h5. It's move 22, and Alexander Grischuk, okay, I know it's not even interesting to say, he's in time pressure. He's got 26 minutes plus left to make his next 18 moves. It's going to come down to something exciting in the last 5 minutes of his game. At least we can be assured of some fun with Grischuk when we're closing in on move 40. You could just almost type that into the schedule. At some point, Grischuk, time pressure, 5 minutes left. All right, let's get ready for that.
Yeah, we can count on that, and the games are definitely heating up. I was sitting there while Maurice was sharing his views. I was really stunned to try to understand what Mickey Adams had done with the move. Why play bishop d7 to e8? It looks counterintuitive. We had mentioned that aspiring for f7, f5 active play. So why play this passive move, bishop e8? Well, I understood what his intentions are. He's traded on b4. MVL will likely recapture with the bishop, and he wants to go back with knight a6. When the bishop was on d7, it was in the way of the queen defending the d6 pawn. Now, don't you dare reach for that d6 pawn and play bishop takes d6, because you will get electrocuted after the move b5,
nice.
d4. And that is a sweet little trap by a very crafty UK's #1, Mickey Adams.
Very resourceful, this little trap actually.
You did, yeah, nice.
And we are going into this line.
He
Knight takes
did
before he has played. He's thinking about bishop takes before.
Right, this was the position because
it's a funny time to think.
Again, these rooks on A8 and B8, latent hostility in the position for black. He needs to get in that move B5, B4, something we've spoken about basically for the last hour.
Right.
And after bishop takes D4, knight knight A6, attacking the bishop on B4. Trying to break through. I mean, again, from black's point of view, the dream would be able to play, he'd be able to advance his passer with B5, B4.
Go back to C5.
And reposition the knight, and then suddenly this A5 pawn would be a big weakness in the position for white. It looks to me like white is going to have to allow this trade of bishop, knight for bishop.
But I mean,
maybe it's not a big deal, but maybe a little bit of a victory there for...
I think black should be fine.
Yes, no, the black should be fine.
Right.
But is it a major accomplishment or not?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really change the character of the position in the sense that white's still going to have this slight space advantage. Because some of the pieces were traded off, maybe it's not as meaningful. On the other hand, you are retaining a bishop, which for the moment is garbage. If you can maneuver it to D8, great, but it'll take some time, and you still have a lot of pieces to move out of the way for the bishop on G7 to actually participate in the game. So I have the feeling that white is still like very minimally better.
Minimally better. Okay, fair enough.
But I think closer and closer we're achieving a position that's actually just equal.
Yes, or fair enough, decent.
Decent, yeah.
And Maurice.
Talking about a position that's just about equal, this one, Magnus is trying mightily to see whether or not he can wrench water from a stone. But this position does not seem very promising. Knight to D5, King G3, and now Rook C3 pinning. And Topalov saying, I'm just going to hang out. What do you plan to do? Rook A3, Rook E4, and now Rook A8. And after Rook C4, Rook H8. One of those basic checkmates we all learned trying to play Knight F4 and Rook H3 mate. But Topalov said, yeah, right. I dare you to play that move. Of course, Knight F4 runs into Knight takes G5, and suddenly the Knight has nowhere to go, and it will be captured on the next move, although there's some trickery here as well. Takes, Rook H3 check, King takes, and now King takes F4. Black will win back the pawn, but the game will be equal. Now, going back to the position here after this move back here, Rook H8, Rook E4, Magnus played Knight C3, so repetition alert. Rook to E3 has been played, and now it doesn't look as though Magnus has anything better than to bring the Knight back and Rook E4, and one would expect that game to end in a threefold repetition. So Magnus couldn't try anything in that position. Topalov knows full well this is not a losing position. If I lose this, I should just go find the nearest London Bridge and, well, no, let's not recommend any kind of morbid thoughts, but certainly the game looks quite drawn.
No, completely.
Thank you. If we do see a draw in the Mickey Adams game with MVL, that does open up opportunity for Anish Giri. I think Anish has a plus in the position, at least with this pawn on A6. He's the one making some pressure on Hikaru's position. He has played the move Knight C4. Maurice mentioned that in case of the move Queen B4,
which was not played,
simply dropping back. And if you be careful, because it's all about that A pawn. If you go Knight D5, the rook could swing itself across. Now the trade, and guess what? Kaplunk. That's a big rook on the 7th rank there. I don't think that this is a position, even after Knight E2 check, I don't think this is a position at all that Hikaru wants anything to do with. So he did not play Queen B4. What did Hikaru play?
He retreated the Queen to D8, which I think is the only other decent move in the position.
All right.
And Anish relatively quickly replied with the move Bishop B7, attacking.
I wanted to say, I'd like to post up as well. Bishop
Right.
d7.
Knight d5 seems forced in order not to lose
An exchange. Knight to d5. And the queen likely has dropped back to d2?
Yes,
Or,
queen d2. And this is the current position on the board. Though it seems hard to believe that there's anything else besides knight takes f4.
Well, especially in view of the fact that this exchange is...
You could sacrifice it, but it doesn't seem very convincing to me.
We've been seeing a lot of positions with compensation.
Right,
that
but
doesn't strike me as one of them where you're happy about the compensation.
Right. So knight takes f4. That's
the most human move. Queen takes.
Still threatening the rook. I'm assuming rook b8.
Or rook c7, rook b8.
What about rook c7? You know, you always leave the rook kind of hanging to the queen. Some variations.
Oh, right. You wanted to be able to release the Kraken. Queen takes d3.
Queen takes d3, but I guess I'm just running into something.
Well, I wanted to go knight a5. I'm thinking about the game between Mickey Adams and Veselin Topalov, where both players, put their chins out there and walked into a knight fork. The knight is heading towards that a7 pawn after the move knight a5. And some problems, I would say, that Hikaru has to solve. Definitely.
Yeah, it's such an unclear position. I mean, I could take on d3 and try to sacrifice something.
Well, not trying. You're succeeding. You are succeeding. You are sacrificing something.
But it's still quite an unclear position on how to get compensation. I would like to ideally take on b7 and get rid of that pawn, but actually the pawn on b7 becomes a monster.
Absolutely. No rook takes b7, a takes b7.
Right.
That pawn is suddenly one step away from...
And just giving up the exchange for the bishop instead of for the knight doesn't seem correct.
No.
So, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe knight a5. Let's go back to this knight a5.
Sure. Just to be clear, currently we're... Hikaru is staring down this moment, and we've just looked at the move knight f4, queen f4, these very, let us say, sensible-looking moves, but they may lead to a dead end for our U.S. champion here.
I guess I could always play bishop d7.
Bishop David 7. All right.
I'm not sure if I really should be afraid of any endgame with the opposite color bishop. So,
yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of knight c6. No. I want to keep that in reserve.
Right, and now I'm threatening to play rook e1.
e1 and queen a5. Maurice, you've got some insights into another key game.
Yes, one of the things you talked about, Yaz, and I think we all have seen this happen. You hate when you make a threat and your opponent says, you know what? Go right ahead. Do that threat. One of the favorite things you like to do to other players when they make a threat and you really want them more than anything to execute it. Well, in this position after h5, Grishuk played the move queen to d1. The threat is rook to d8 check. Now, when you see a move like that, you think it's a threat. Maybe I should deal with it. The guy just made a move. I should respond in kind. But one of the things you have to also ask yourself all the time, what's the drawback to the move? A queen on d1, it's hard to spot this drawback, but you realize, wait a minute, it's actually creating a relationship between the queen and the king that is a forking relationship for a knight. And so what did Aronian do? He said, forget about your threat. You want to play rook d8 with check? Go right ahead. Happily so, I dare you. Now, if you play the move rook d8 check, letting it happen on the board, now just simply knight back to f8, and suddenly white is in a quandary because if he takes on a8, he's simply losing. Knight f2 check, king moves, knight takes d1 with check, thank you very much, followed by picking off that rook, and black goes up an exchange. So that's a winning line. Rook d8 check has no meaning after knight to g4. You don't want to play that move. And now white is faced with the threat of knight f2 check. So the guy's threatening you, right? No. Go ahead. Have your way. Have it your way, as they say. Now suddenly ignoring the threat yet again. And if you play this move, rook takes on f2. We saw this exchange sacrifice in the Fabiano Caruana game. And now queen to d2, attacking the bishop on f2, and suddenly the bishop is trapped on f2. So again, one side ignoring threats, the other side ignoring and even suggesting that you play the threat, forcing it down the board. After b4, the ancients say the best move is to drop the bishop back to e7, and now white will go back to e2, and we all start the dance over again.
That's hilarious. That was very nice. Thank you, Maurice. I mean,
right.
You know, you make a threat. No, I'll respond with my own. No, do it. Go for it. Very nice.
Grischuk always thinking, and of course he is down to 14 minutes as expected.
And by the way, Levon Aronian is one of the most dangerous players to get into time trouble against, because first of all, he plays very quickly already. His pace, his natural pace, I want to say, is faster than most of the top players on the circuit. That's to begin with. Secondly, he was like Vichy in his young days. He just he'd flash, and he sees tactics extraordinarily quickly. So Grischuk has to be very careful. A game we haven't looked at for quite some time.
Yes, let's do that.
Fabi Caruana, they reached this position that we had reached in our analysis. We both felt that white had some type of pull.
Yes, a little bit of pressure, but nothing too much to work with.
Right, but with some very good play. This bishop retreat by Vichy, a non-bishop f8, and getting his majority working with this move c5, very well timed. King f2 takes c4. And if there was a crisis, I think it's really past. King e3, bishop b4, king e4, g3. All of these moves. White's pieces make a nice impression, but I don't think that there's anything really for black to worry about here. Maybe I'm wrong. It looks good, but I don't see it personally.
It feels like there's some advantage because of the space, but it seems minimal. I do like the king's positions, though.
On e4.
Right, and I went ahead and played c3.
Right. I was wondering about the move b4 to prepare c3. Maybe like Levon Aronian, I'll end up getting my bishop trapped somehow in white's camp, but c3 was played.
Pretty sure you have to take that.
Pretty sure you better take that before it goes any further. Takes, and now a rook ending is on tap, which again looks very even. Maybe still some pull.
Some pull. I mean, the problem is that this bishop on c3 can exchange itself for the knight on e5 when it's convenient. It can also be, as you're pointing out, being undermined
the knight on
g5.
Right. And
right. An interesting
closer
position,
to a draw than anything serious for Fabi.
Closer to a draw. I think this is a good time for us to take a break just before Grischuk gets into his time pressure.
We'll come back. When we come back, we're guaranteeing you a Grischuk time trouble. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
See you soon. Welcome back to the 8th round of the London Chess Classic. While we were on break, we kind of unexpectedly did get a result as Maxime Vachier-LaGrave and Michael Adams found a repetition in their Spanish game. They draw. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave will at least be a share of first place after today. There are several people that could potentially catch him, but we will have to see how the round develops.
Well, again, Mickey Adams showing himself to be an incredibly tough customer, even for the most elite chess players of the world, as he's drawn every game. He had a big discomfort against Veselin Topalov, but beyond that, he looked very good. Very
solid. And well, he'll be white tomorrow.
Yes.
So if he draws 9 in a row, he will be, I think, quite pleased with the event.
When we left, we guaranteed our viewers time trouble, and we're not disappointing them.
No.
Alexander Grishuk.
Would we ever?
And of course not. Alexander Grishuk has watched his clock tick down to a mere 3 minutes, I believe.
3 minutes and 47 seconds on Grishuk's clock.
What has happened that when we left it...
He actually hasn't played so accurately. I'm not a very happy camper with the way that he handled the position. He played this unnecessary moves, Queen E1 and H3, where, as Maurice very cleverly pointed out, he could have played B4 in one go, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop would have been trapped.
And just again, to repeat that line that Maurice showed earlier in our broadcast, there is that fork. But guess what? At the end of the day, the bishop ends up getting trapped in White's camp. And for sure, this move then was an unnecessary one. He answered the threat of knight f2 with queen e1, losing tempi or time. The bishop moved to c6. Black got in that extra tempo, and now his rook has been released. And now we have this position, and again, just the times.
We actually have a couple more moves out.
Afterwards?
Yes, rook d7 was played by Levon, simplifying the position. It also gets rid of the pressure from the rook. Rook takes d7 was, I guess, played. Knight takes d7, defends the pawn on b6. And after the move a3, we are currently in the game position. Levon running with over 34 minutes to think, whereas Grishuk was less than a tenth of that.
Yeah, well, my first impression is that White has not really utilized his aces in the position, I want to say. I would look at a move like Queen B8, aspiring for H4, trying to undermine the structure a little bit, and preparing to be able to meet the move Knight D4 with a bishop retreat. That's why I was getting my queen out of the way. I think basically it's an even position. But if there had been any troubles for Livonian, they're past.
Oh, they're completely past. Actually, in some positions, especially with the rooks off the board, Black can start thinking about getting some kind of initiative. As you said, Queen B8 with the idea of H4. Even the immediate H4 might be attractive if there are no direct problems with it, just weakening the dark squares around White's king. I know. Reminds me of both the Hikaru game against Adams and the Hikaru game today against Anish, where you have this annoying pawn, maybe a little bit overextended, but on the other hand, well, for now, as long as the pawn is alive, it does create some discomfort along the dark squares for Grishuk.
A little bit double-edged, and it's the type of move you want to essay when your opponent's in time trouble.
Absolutely. Levon definitely thinking about his possibilities. Meanwhile, we have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with more updates on today's round.
Well, this position has been going on for quite some time, and it's a bit of a snooze fest. We're wondering, why is Magnus still playing this game? He's been going back and forth against Topalov after there's been perfect equality, well, not perfect equality, more or less equal position for quite some time. But Magnus is sneaky, and he doesn't care if he lets you sit there for hours and hours and hours. Yesterday he won a fine game, a beautiful game, let's put a better word for it, for what he did yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. What's interesting about this position, if you can say anything is interesting about the situation, nothing about the position per se, but it's the time. Magnus started the game with 2 hours on his clock. He now has 2 hours and 55 seconds on his clock, despite having played 58 moves. Of course, only the magic of the increment can do that and make that happen. So fascinating what is the world champion trying to do here? We have no idea, as he has very few threats that he can maintain in this position. So that one is of interest just because of the time situation. Meantime, another game of interest is the one between Caruana and Anand. Caruana's gotten his 3 pawns up the board. Slowly but surely, he's going to play G5, H5, get a bind on this side while Anand is trying to push the pawn and maybe create some possibilities here. A definite edge for white, but how big it is, can he actually win the game, is a big question. And in this game that we were just looking at, this position, this is the key move. This is the move the Indians really wanted Levon to play, and it is now on the board. H4, taking a bite out of this structure, creating this pincer effect. And the problem, of course, is that a bishop could land on the D6 square at any time. It looks like a move was made in the game. He played very quickly. Let me get that position on the board, knight to D4. And so he's accepted the wrecking of his pawn structure. The Indians think the best move is just to take here and weaken the pawns on this side. Levon Aronian with 31 minutes and 50 seconds left to only 2.5 minutes for Grishuk. This is as bad as it gets. You have to make 10 accurate moves or else you go down. And Levon is not the kind of guy we've seen, like other players might rush this situation. He's a one who enjoys classical music. He likes art. He doesn't mind taking things slowly. You're going to be in time pressure. I'm going to lean back, relax, take a good look at the position, and make you suffer, and then play a strong move and force you to think about it. There he's seeing him play that move, and Grishuk, nervous as ever in time pressure. Now he's looking to play quickly. He needs a move. And there he is, hovering as his seconds tick away. And he hurriedly plays a very aggressive move. F5, it looks like he pushed the pawn in that position with F5, dynamically changing the position dramatically. The Indians don't like the move at all. He's weakened the E5 square. He's simply been, it seems, hyper-aggressive in that situation. I think that Grishuk is going to go down, and no problem for Levon to simply capture on F5, and now the permanent weakness on the E5 square, a knight will plunk itself down there, and bam, there it goes. The moves are coming easy peasy for Levon right now, but I am surprised that he's moving this quickly for what maybe no reason, but he sees the move, he plays the move.
Well, there's a strong threat in the position. Knight C4 seems nearly crushing. Therefore, this is like a Sicilian dream, right? A dark square bind on E5. The knight on F5 really disconnected with the rest of the pieces, which could potentially be dangerous. But in this case, it's just not coordinating as well with anything.
Exactly. And this H takes G3, I really did like getting that move in. I didn't think the knight had to go there right away on E5, but knight E5, very strong move. And
the threat.
Well, let's face it, and again,
knight
more moves
D5 was played.
More moves are coming hot and heavy.
Right.
Knight to D5,
blocking up that diagonal. The B6 pawn now under attack.
But I was going to say, not really that threatening. I'm looking at this move, Knight C4, to get rid of this dark square bishop, and with the combination of H4 in the position, the White's king can get really in deep trouble after this move, Knight C4. Let's just put a move or two on the board for White. I don't know, Queen E2 or Queen C3. Let me take that bishop off the board. Let me at last take this pawn on G3. I'm almost thinking, like, please take this pawn on B6 and let me...
While we wait for Levon Aronian to make his move, I am informed that we got MVL with Jennifer Shahade live.
Alrighty then.
Hey guys, I'm here with Maxime Vachier-LaGrave leading the London Chess Classic. How did your position in the tournament affect your opening choice in today's game?
Well, not at all. I played what I played in this tournament. It just so happened that Mickey chose this variation, which I didn't quite expect. But at first I felt I was doing fine, and then I was missing all sorts of moves. I mean, first I missed his idea Queen D8 threatening rook takes A5. I missed all this regrouping, and so I was not feeling like I was playing my best. So in the end, I just repeated moves. Maybe I can play on, maybe he can play on, but okay, it was like I was not feeling too well today.
Why do you think that is? Does it have anything to do with yesterday's game being so tactical and today's being more closed and strategic?
No, not quite. I mean, in general, I mean, it's very hard to have a world tournament without a few off days. So, if my off days look like that, it's reasonable.
How many more points do you think you need to get to win the London Chess Classic?
Well, I don't know. It depends very much on today's games. I know that, for instance, Sasha and Levan, who are half a point behind me, are having a very tactical game. But of course, half a point should be enough tomorrow to get a. But okay, I mean, I'm black against Levan, you know, so. Okay, if he plays for a win, if he over pushes, of course I would take my chances. But in general, I'm not the favorite.
What's the best chess-related gift that you ever got?
Well, I mean, generally, the best chess-related gift is one that's not at all about chess, you know. I mean, because okay, I live, you know. I live life, and you know, it's not all about chess after all. But okay, I mean, this is half a joke. Maybe when I was a kid, I received a few books that, I mean, that were quite a joy to read, and that helped me also develop as a chess player.
All right, thank you very much. I'm here with Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. He's leading the London Chess Classic so far, with a big round tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have big developments.
Let's go right on to it.
Right.
What happened in the Grischuk-Aronian game?
When we left it, just before the interview, there was this move, knight d5, which the computer frowned upon. Knight c4 was played, queen d4 takes, and there was this opportunity for Levon to capture this knight, followed by capturing the pawn on g3. Levon played the very logical h4 takes g3, but he's allowed an incredible tactical save by knight h6 check.
You saw Levon there. He's never, ever perturbed. I've never seen him react that way, ever. Even when he's worse and losing, he's kind of nondescript about it. You've seen him act that way once before.
He blundered an exchange against Nakamura here in the Singfield Cup, the first inaugural one. And that was the only time I've seen it
Well,
like this.
just now, look at him.
Yeah.
He is disgusted with himself for allowing this shot that allows a forced draw in the position. Well, it's not a forced draw. He could allow his opponent to take on f7, but he is clearly unhappy with himself.
Well, let's show.
I'm very surprised he played quickly and let Grischuk, who is a blitz master, come up with this trick.
Let's show what's going on. And putting it in perspective, it's not like Aronian was winning or anything like that. He did have a little bit of an edge. And combined with the time pressure, we did think it would be enough. However, Grischuk, a very resourceful player, here with knight h6.
Can get a perpetual check if the knight is captured.
So if Levon wants to play for a win, he needs to allow Grischuk to take on f7, but that starts to get into the risky territory.
Exactly. Knight takes f7, and it's black's king that's being exposed because of knight g5. I think Levon recognizes that he's spoiled a golden opportunity.
Yeah,
How golden it was, we're not 100% sure, but it sure looked.
But it looked good.
When you combine the position itself with all of the things that are going on in black's favor with the time trouble, this was a clear error. h4 takes g3, and
knight h6.
I mean, you got to give
nice.
Grischuk kudos for spotting his opportunity, shot knight h6.
Let's point out, though, that as far as Levon is concerned, this is a basic move. Levon is sitting there thinking, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I see this? When it shows up on the board, it might look sharp, tricky, tactical. There's knight a6 check. But you look at the forcing moves, and at his level, that's automatic. It's
Yes.
almost like Fabiano missing queen g6. Not quite. Queen g6 was much easier, but it's similar for him. So basic. here he is with all these winning chances, and then in one move, a bucket of cold water is just thrown on him, and he has to accept that he's actually just accepting it like, this is a draw now, and Grishuk smiling, yes, thank goodness. A golden opportunity to at least fight on and prove the weakness in his opponent's situation, bad time situation, better on the board, and now he just has to accept the disaster as they're repeating moves. And Levon's going to be upset about this one for sure. He's going to shrug his shoulders and say whatever, but inside he is definitely upset at what happened, and it just shows the way he is acting right now.
Boiling mad. Yeah. Boiling
can't
mad.
believe what he did to himself.
Yeah, and such an important half a point. In that interview with MVL, MVL was mentioning that the winner of this game could have been tied with him going into the last round, and how important that was.
For Aronian, it would have been a huge victory with the black pieces.
Back to back, everything going really, really wonderful. And our Sinkfield Cup winner disappointed with his performance today.
Very disappointed. I mean, he had really, really nice chance. Imagine you're playing a much better position and your opponent has 30 seconds.
It's how sweet it is.
How sweet it is. And then suddenly,
wow.
I mean, he blundered. He just basically blundered knight h6.
Exactly. Now, going to our other key game, Anish Giri is still in there. If Anish were to win the game today, boldly stating the obvious, he'll be tied for first with the championship, with Maxime, with the championship round tomorrow. And we'll have to go through all the ramifications of what that means for the tour as well as the London Chess Classic.
And we do have a position that, well, it looks great for white. We were actually analyzing this variation. Maurice and I were looking at some lines over with the computer. And let me tell you, it did not look good for the black pieces.
Exactly.
And here with the knight on c6, that pawn on a6, we talked about it the entire day. It started off as a weakness, but man, in experience, we know that such weaknesses can become huge monsters in the endgame.
Right.
And in this case, after queen takes f4, which, I mean, it looks pretty forced.
Right.
Pawn takes f4, you wreck your kingside pawn structure, you're down a pawn, but the threats are huge. This knight on c6 attacking the pawn on a7, which is the last remaining blockader of that pawn on a6. The rook on c8 is also under attack. You can't underestimate just being down the exchange, to the point where the computer was starting to say, you should just probably play rook a8.
Rook a8.
And that is not a move I would think about.
Yeah, you probably find that move after, looking at everything else, exhausting all the other possibilities you can before finding Maurice some deeper insights into this crucial game.
Well, a dramatic development in the game. Nakamura has sacrificed his queen. He has played, after knight to c6, he has played the move queen takes on c6 in this position. He could have gone for a minuscule disadvantage, but he decided to go for a huge material disadvantage. He has two bishops and a pawn against a queen. A very dramatic change in this game, and the engine's saying, you've got to be kidding. You look busted after queen a4, rook over to c8 has been played, and now the engine's giving rook d8.
A super obvious move. You try to trade pieces when you're up in material.
And the engine's giving a win now, a cold winning position, too big an advantage. This looks like suicide. Why Nakamura did it is inexplicable, but this position looks horrible, and if rook d8 lands on the board...
Sorry, Maurice, we got Jennifer with Grishuk over in London.
Hey guys, I'm here with Alexandro Grishuk. Tell us a little bit about today's game. Were you satisfied with your opening?
Yes, I got a very nice position out of the opening, but then I just started to blunder every move, for 3-4 moves. Every move was a blunder, and then I was lucky to escape.
What moves were you referring to specifically?
Okay, first of all, I went after rook d8. I played rook ed1, take d2, take d2. I saw my advantage which is just overwhelming, but I just forgot that I don't threat knight a4 anymore because my e4 pawn is hanging. So yeah, so this was the first blunder. Then after h5, I played queen d1 and just blundered knight g4, and so on. I mean, and yeah, and then it was quite unpleasant, but luckily there was this knight h6 check trick.
Right, at the end, ending in a perpetual. What was the best chess-related gift that you ever received?
Chess-related gift?
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
Non-chess related.
Non-chess related, I guess some toy when I was a kid, yeah.
Chess set, maybe. No, not the best one. Thank you very much. I'm with Alexander Grishuk here at the London Chess Classic. We just got one round left. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Soon we'll probably be with Levon Aronian, but for now, it looks like Hikaru Nakamura has
erred. Just simply erred. Big mistake.
I mean, chess suicide.
Yes.
In the positions where you can get this pawn on c5 to c3, I'll be like, okay, you got some chances. And I'm even then skeptical about the position.
Again.
But with the pawn being all the way back on c5,
yeah,
this pair of bishops not playing, the bishop on f8 not really doing anything, rook d8 forcing the trade of rooks, I mean, I'm starting to think there's a forced win here.
Without question, because the problem from Black's point of view is that, once again, this crucial pawn on a6.
And we do have Levon Aronian with Jennifer Shahade. I want to see his impression of the knight h6 move.
All right.
Hey, I'm here with Levon Aronian. So are you feeling relieved?
Not really. Okay, I was slightly worse out of the opening, but it was nothing so scary, and I think I was better. In the last position where I just took on g3, that was really stupid. I can take on d5 and then take on g3. I just blinked for a second, and yeah, and that it was not possible to recover from it.
So you disagree with Alexander's assessment of the position? He said he thought he was a lot better from the opening.
I didn't think it was too much. Okay, maybe a6 and rook a7 is a bit asking for trouble, but I was just thinking it's interesting.
So we're approaching the holiday season. What's the best chess-related gift you ever received?
I don't think I ever received. I received for a birthday a chess set made of like its own. It's like a chessboard, but on different levels from a dear friend of mine. So.
Can you actually play real chess with it, or is it more of an art piece?
You can, but it's more of an art piece.
That's the way to go with the nice chess sets. I'm here with Levon Aronian, and we're at the London Chess Classic, and we just got one round to go. So good luck in it.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. And we actually have a lot of updates, a lot of games. Hikaru seems to be busted.
I wouldn't.
And it looks to me like there should be a direct win. Rook. We have this position. c4 was played by Hikaru, trying to use the power of his pawn. But after rook takes c8, you have to take with the rook, or otherwise your rook on c6 is hanging.
Exactly.
And the very obvious sacrifice, rook takes and queen d7, you're hanging all your pawns.
Most importantly, this guy too, right?
Well, but the problem is that even if you don't hang...
I have to put all my eggs in one basket now.
Well, the problem is that when you do that, I mean, I guess there's still some hope here after I have c3.
Yeah, well, what else can I do? Well, maybe you should even stoop to, by the way, pick this pawn up with check. I think you can get everything you want with a gain of tempo. So, for example, you can check.
Like queen f7, stabilizing this.
Forcing the rook back, so you can get some position like this and take it. And now just go queen, I don't know, d7, b7, because you're going to be, if I can get my, oh no, there's a bishop a3. So there's still maybe a little work to do. No.
Queen f7, rook c8. But then
still
if I can move you outside of this.
Well, now I can get my queen to c2.
Okay, admittedly it's not as easy as I thought. Perhaps the engine can find a direct win, but if this doesn't work, and I can get the pawn to c3 by some miracle,
right,
then we're still talking about a game.
That's
However,
true.
the question will be, is Giri winning directly?
Exactly.
Maurice will have the answer for us, I'm sure.
Well, let's take a look at this variation because it's quite interesting. Rook C8, Rook C8, Rook E6, Fe6, Queen D7. Looks completely winning. Rook C5, Queen E6 check. All this is correct. Rook back. Queen to B7 first. Disrupt this rook. It's too well placed on this square. It has to be tenacious and guard along the rank. Queen A7, C3. And now for some specifics. This is going to take some time for Giri to calculate. Rook back to C8. And now Queen D7, again disrupting. And the Indians give A7 and say, this is done, allowing the queen to go on the board. But it looks like it should be a way to fight back. But after the two queens, I'm hesitating to promote to a queen because sometimes this board freezes when I do that. But if C2, you get a queen, I get a queen, the king moves. The problem is, what are you supposed to do about this bishop on F8? Nothing can come back to guard it. If you play, well, let's play it on your board because
I've got it on my board.
My board will
it,
create
yeah.
errors if I play the move A8. So now if C2, A8 queens, queens with check, king up, and now how do you guard this pawn? Unfortunately, the bishop. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to execute here. If queen to A3,
then I take queen D8.
Then this trade, that is correct, this trade followed by queen check.
And they are following
They're following the line.
variation.
They're just following the same line right now. And now queen D3 attacks everybody and wins the game. So this variation, Nakamura has to blitz the moves because he is in severe time pressure. But he will get to move 40, though, and pretty easily at that in this variation. So he'll get a chance to look at the position after the next couple of moves. I don't even know why Giri's really blitzing because Nakamura's moves are all forced. And so,
whoa,
well, wait a minute.
H7.
King on H7 was not necessarily forced. That move is interesting. It looks like it doesn't change too much. Now the Indians don't like this line at all. Queen F7. Looks like Nakamura, after Queen F7, is planning to play the move C3, allowing Queen takes F8.
We do have the move
Boy, this
on
is
the board.
tricky.
Queen F7
Queen F7 is on the board. Will he play C3 right now?
No
He has
way.
to. He has to. What else can he play?
Queen takes F8, resigns.
No, but it's not so clear. I moved the rook back.
No,
you're right.
No,
you're
it
right.
was resigns.
It's
Queen
resigned.
F5
No,
check.
he did not play. He played Bishop D6. He got to the position with Bishop to D6. In this position now, the Indians are giving an 8-point advantage to Giri.
8 points?
It's not close even. An 8-point advantage after Bishop D6. The first move in the Indians' arsenal is the move H5.
That's very clear.
Preparing Queen G6 check and allowing even Bishop back to C7. And after check, King back to H8 or wherever you go, check. The King goes up. And now check again. The King has to go back and then check. Beautiful maneuver. Winning the pawn on A7. And once that pawn is gone, you can resign. This game is done. Nakamura's going to go down. Giri.
H5 played.
H5.
It's too easy
on
to
the
move.
board.
Yeah.
Clearly dominating. Nakamura. He hasn't responded in his normal perturbed fashion when he realizes that he's losing the momentum from getting to time pressure, getting to the 40th move out of time pressure is still with him. But I think as he slowly analyzes this position, it will dawn on him suddenly that it's over.
Right.
It's just done. And Nakamura will go tumbling further down, and his chances of winning the tour will simply evaporate. I mean,
These last two
there's
rounds.
not going to be any mathematical chances, I don't think, after losing again. There's no way he can win the tour, win the tournament. 2 losses in a row.
Guys, let's just face it. In this situation, Anish had been putting pressure on Hikaru for much of the game, and we can just call this move a panic move. We've all done it ourselves.
He cracked.
He cracked. He saw that after Queen F4, GF4, he has issues, and he didn't want to face them. But I'm thinking that if he had just taken a deep breath, calmed himself, and considered the position after Rook A8, much, much better chances of saving this position.
Sir, he didn't have the chance to calm himself. He had a few minutes to play all these moves.
That was the other issue, is the time trouble issue.
We were looking at this with Maurice, and look, check this out.
Yes.
If you get to this position on your mind and you
Yes.
see the move f5, would you ever go for this variation?
F5. I understand what you're saying. So that you want to trade rooks, not give and take this pawn on a7.
That's one line. The other line is that if you take, and I do take your rook on a8,
Yes.
I have a nasty 97 check. No, you just take on a8.
Take on a8 now.
Yeah.
Take on a8 now. And this nasty knight. This I wouldn't fear.
Really?
No, this I wouldn't fear at all. In fact, because after bishop takes, rook takes, I've got this pawn, and I've got an anchor.
Yeah, but after rook d5, I go into... I mean, I will win a7. A7
will
is dead.
in a7. Just a second. I don't like the way you say I will. Like, if you will. Do I worry? Maybe I do. Maybe you're right. Without question, though, it was these types of things that Hikaru saw. I'm not going to call them ghosts. They're definitely, severe threats. But I'm just saying that I think queen takes c6 was a panic, an overreaction.
No, we agree
Yeah.
completely on that. And Maurice, we have a move. What's the finisher?
Well, this is a very interesting position. We'll take a look. That has been put on the board. This must have been what Hikaru thought would somehow hold the position. I can't imagine he analyzed all the way to this position. And if he had, he might have found that the winning move is actually facing him. Among many winning moves, he's put his rook on the square g5, and his point is, if you take my pawn on a7, I'm going to play the move bishop to c5. And now I'm threatening to take this one on g3 with check. And let's just make a move. Let's say you guard this pawn. Now he can think about maybe taking this guy, and if you push, take this guy and hope that somehow this is a fortress, give you this pawn, and that the rook will be able to fight against the queen in this position and build some kind of fortress. That alone by itself is questionable. However, going to the position here after rook to g5, Anish has a blow that disrupts all of this. He has the move f4, challenging this rook. What can the rook do? It can't maintain anything. It must capture on g3. And now king to f2, and suddenly he's in different, like crazy waters. Check, and winning his bishop is being threatened. So what can he do but guard this bishop? And now this move, queen takes on c4. All the counterplay is gone, and all he has to do now, Anish, is figure out how to pick this pawn off, and the game will end. There'll be no chance at all. You will lose the game. Right now, the engine's giving a 40-point advantage to white. That's just one way to win. There are other ways to win as well. I think Nakamura is sitting there, and there it is. That was the first sign, shaking his head, realizing that this position is actually lost. We can see that it's lost, calmly look at it until in the fog of war, Nakamura did not see this. He panicked, and now he's to recognize that he's about to lose 2 games in a row. Shocking development for him. Shocking development for his fans. Losing yesterday to Magnus, again, getting 2 blacks in a row, was it? Getting 2 blacks in a row, and not handling the moment in the tournament when you get those 2 blacks, not handling them well at all, going down 0-2, and all his chances to win anything just go up right now in smoke.
Well, Maurice, the important thing I think about that line at the end is that once I take on c4, actually you cannot defend your bishop anymore. It's just going to fall to a double attack that would be
I apologize. So just what you were saying, Alejandro, that after f4, rook takes g3, king f2, attacking the rook,
rook d3.
Keeping in mind that queen g3, queen g6 check is picking off the bishop. We defended the bishop with rook d. Now comes queen takes c4, threatening to pick up this rook.
And the problem is, where do you put it?
Where do you put the rook? If you go check, and if you're forced away from the d3 square, I'm just put a...
then queen d3 will pick up the bishop.
Exactly, and that's all she wrote.
And that's all she wrote. If you play rook a3 instead of rook d2.
Pardon me. Sorry. Whoops. What was it? Queen takes c4, rook
now,
a3.
if rook a3, I have this cool idea. The point is that queen e4. If you go king g8, I have queen d5.
That's very cool.
And if you play King H8, then because you're not controlling the F8 square, I have Queen E8 check.
You cannot interpose because it's not protected. And when you go King H7,
Queen
I
G6.
got you right where I want you.
And that's it.
And I can pick up the bishop that way.
For free.
Hence, plus 40.
Hence plus 40. This is the reason that the computer is just giving it us over, is because the bishop's dead.
The computer's at plus 62 right now. So
plus 1 million.
It's just trying to figure out mate in what number.
Yeah.
But clearly too complicated a task at the moment. But
no, F4 is very logical.
over. F4 just crushes. And that is what Anish is looking at right now, why his head is buried in his hands. He's analyzing F4 without question, and he's analyzing it to the win of the bishop.
Yeah.
And I think Nakamura is looking at it as well and realizing that he has no chance. He's just trying not to act anyway. He did give a tell earlier, but now he has to just stay as relaxed as possible and hope his opponent messes up. But if F4 lands on the board, then all the emotional floodgates will break loose, and he'll make it clear to us and everyone that he knows he is dead lost. He's a very emotional player. And
for Anish, this is basic. This is basic.
Oh, of course.
for sure.
Yeah, of course. This is just arithmetic right now. Work out the line, take a look, make sure everything's cool, and then just play the move, and that's going to be it.
And guys, I mean, as astonished as we are of Veselin Topolov's poor performance here, he came in as a tour leader, hasn't won a game, lost quite a few. Hikaru loses one game, and look what happens. Bang! Immediately the Sharks sent blood in the water, and how at the highest level, if you show weakness or if you show vulnerability, and it snowballs. It snowballs. This would be back-to-back losses. Hikaru was in a situation where we estimated that his chances of winning the entire tour were 40%. With these two losses, he's out of the picture.
Yeah.
Just like that. It's extraordinary.
I mean, even if he wins tomorrow, he is behind pretty much everybody. He would need a miraculous series of results.
And I don't think it's possible.
Somehow he would have to win, tie for second, and get it on tiebreak. I mean, it would have to be
it's
some
amazing.
kind of weird things. Currently, the results of round 8, Alexander Grischuk, he, was lucky to escape against Levon Aronian as he was in a worse position and in deep time trouble. The Armenian blundered and allowed an escape for the Russian. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave was unable to really do anything against Michael Adams, whose prior defense was simply too solid. That game also ended in a draw. We expect the game between Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura to end in a victory for the Dutch player. He is currently in a crushing position, just needs to figure out a final detail. The game between Veselin Topalov and Magnus Carlsen has been going on for a while, but we still expect that to end in a draw. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana and Vishy Anand are playing an interesting endgame that I also expect will end in a draw. Maurice, do you have more updates for us here from the Giri game?
Well, let's first of all also note F4 is winning, but everything is winning. He doesn't have to play F4. He can play King G2. He can take the pawn on C4. He has multiple ways to win. So it's really his choice. It's just cat and mouse right now. How do I take you out? So we say F4 is the body blow, and indeed it is. It's the most decisive move in the game. But Hikaru was looking at a lot of things and going, wait a minute, all of this stuff is crushing. Whatever move you look at virtually that's logical is winning. So Anish Giri...
I just realized if you take on C4, you cannot even take on H5.
Well, I'm saying it's all lost.
Yes.
Everything is losing. There's nothing to save this game. So this is a big problem for Hikaru and no problem for Anish Giri. There's just no bad moves for him to play. Just what is the best move? And he's looking for the best move, no doubt about it. We should note, with a win, Anish Giri will move to number 3 in the world. And talk about a topsy-turvy affair. This event saw Veselin Topalov go from number 2 on the planet and plummet all the way down to number 8 in the world. He lost over 20 rating points this event alone. At least he'll gain some rating points from this draw. If he makes a draw, he'll gain a smidgen of rating points. We also saw Anand, who was up at number 3 in the world. He also tumbled down dramatically as well. Hikaru Nakamura, who was in the tournament lead, that is the tour lead, after watching Topalov go down in flames, he now is going down the same way. And Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, I mean, looking pretty. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave now number 7 in the world. Anish will move to number 3 with a win. The youngsters, it's like a youth movement up there at the top of chess, at least at the end of the year 2015. We see this incomplete stat, because right now it says top 5 players, so we'll take a look at all of them. Vachier-LaGrave will play black against Aronian, a disappointed Aronian, knowing that he needs help in order to win this tournament, at least be in a playoffs. Alexander Grishchuk will play Carlsen with black, also not a happy pairing to have to play. And Levon Aronian playing against Maxime with white. Okay, he will definitely press to try to win that game because a draw is not enough for him. And it looks as though King G2, not F4, he's played King G2 with the threat of F4, has been played on the board, and Hikaru looking despondent in that moment there after move King G2. Like I said, there's so many ways to win. Anish said, I'm not going to play any risky lines. That is his won't. King G2, though, is just crushing. F4 is coming anyway. This pawn is going nowhere. That's just irrelevant. You can just smack it off the board, because here comes F4, and once this happens, everything is hanging all ways, and this pawn on H5, allowing this queen to create checking ideas. This is just simply a crushing position. Magnus, I just want to quickly note, is still moving around, making moves and moves and moves. And he's finally under 2 hours, though. He's at 1:54 on his clock, but no progress there. Anish Giri being the star in this tournament, at least this round so far. Let us also point out, this is game number 26 of the Grand Chess Tour. Anish Giri has lost none. 26 games, and he has lost 0. That's amazing. That's an incredible streak against the best players on the planet. Everyone has lost games, maybe even more than one, I would think. Everyone has been hit on the chin. Actually, the only player who can say they have not lost a single game other than Anish Giri is Michael Adams. But he only played one tournament. He's only played this one, the London Chess Classic. But Anish Giri is showing his stuff in this tournament and on this tour. And many saying that despite the fact that he's not an aggressive player, he might be the #1 challenger at this moment to Magnus Carlsen.
Quite an incredible turnaround in the live ratings with a 20-point rating loss. Oh, poor Veselin Topalov. My goodness. And this, pardon me?
Recently, Yasser, I got this little booklet on the mail. I'm subscribed to New in Chess, and they sent me one, which was a little pleasant. It wasn't a New in Chess magazine. It was just a little booklet. And its title was, Who Will Follow Magnus Carlsen? And it was like, has a little details and games of the players.
Potential rivals.
Potentially, Hikaru was there, Aronian was there, Wei Yi was there. And I was flipping through it, and I'm like, this is completely bogus. Where is Anish?
He's not included?
And he's not included. And I was like,
how's that possible?
Well, then
Chess is from Holland.
Well, then I looked at the author.
And
it was Anish Giri.
He was being excessively modest.
Excessively modest.
In that case. But he has made the move King G2. F4, I think, would have been a for sure clincher. But he can do it the slow way as well. With the move King G2. Because
and a funny little variation starts with the move C3.
Of course, that looks like a very natural move.
And after F4, I can actually just let you queen.
You want me to show a lovely checkmating variation.
Apparently that's what we do on the show.
That's how we roll around here. Oh, it's not checkmate. Pardon me, Bishop F4. Bishop F8, check and mate.
Yeah.
Thanks to that newly promoted pawn on G6. It went from F2 to G6. So that's one easy win.
It's very easy.
After C3, F4, again, we've pointed this out numerous times. If I do move my rook, rook C5, I just simply lose my bishop to queen G6, and queen takes D6. Also, unfortunately, with a gain of tempo, no opportunity of making a queen. If I move my rook in this way, just a second, pardon me, check, king back, queen takes, yes, I can keep my pawn on c2, but guess what? Now I've got to face the music on the other side of the board, and g4, g5 will clinch the game for white very comfortably. This would be a total resignation.
Yes.
And poor Hikaru staring at the board, oh, what have I done? What have I done? As he surveys the situation, and he's going to realize, you know, as resourceful as a player as he is, there's simply nothing here for him to do.
No, the position is completely dead.
He's not even looking at the chess board right now. He's looking at the score sheet. He is very aware of the fact that no move is possible. And, you know, the move King G2 is an Anish Giri move. Because F4 is just clearly aggressive, clear, attacking. But Anish Giri, the way he played King G2, he just said, you know what, I'm going to let you know what my next move is. Let's see what you do. And you can stew on the position for a long time, but King G2 is resigns. F4, you might play Rook takes G3 check. But King G2, what move do you play? Everything loses. And Hikaru knows it. This position is just done.
Wow. A big, big turnaround. We haven't seen the game in quite some time. Let us go to Caruana and Viswanathan Anand. When we had left it around these parts. We thought, okay, nice king on e4. Fabi might be able to do some squeezing. a5 by Vichy. Rook takes, and check that out. You got to give the guy credit. How did he get a b pawn? Well, there you go. This passed pawn on b2, more than sufficient to create serious counterplay. Rook came to a8. Now we went into a rook ending with 3 versus 3. Well, sorry, draw. Just dead draw.
No, looks like it. Your king is uncomfortably placed on g8, but who cares?
Well, in fact, the king is coming right to the rescue to deal with Edgar here. You just go king f8, king e8, and then at some moment you're even ready to go b1 equals queen or rook a4. Now this is dead. Nothing to discuss. This
doesn't look like anything at all.
Easy draw. Easy draw for Vichy Anand.
Magnus looks like...
Magnus is...
Is there a 50 move?
Yes, exactly. When was the last pawn push? I think it was g4 some time ago. But Magnus is doing his best to...
We actually have to go back up in the notation to even find...
Yeah, it's way back there. I think...
they're actually approaching. Okay, so we got g4. So move 39 plus 50, that's 89.
So all... without any pawn trades or pawn moves, all...
Or any trades of any kind, actually.
Of any kind, I beg your pardon. All Vesselin has to do is basically play to the 89th move, and he can... And nothing has happened, my goodness.
Literally nothing.
I admire Magnus's fortitude,
but
there comes a time when you just say, okay, let us stop wasting one another's
energy.
All
right, we got 17 moves to go.
Only.
And Vesselin can finally claim the draw. I don't think that without the knights, even Magnus Carlsen would push that position.
Exactly. So draw expected there. And Maurice.
Well, Hikaru did play the move c3, his last gasp. c3 has been played, and now we're waiting for the obvious f4 to come on the board. And you're going to lose this bishop. Whatever you can't move the rook here, or you lose the rook. You can't move the rook away, or you lose the bishop. So we're expecting something like bishop takes f4. The Indians give this as the most tenacious move, but that's obviously a bad deal for the player with the black pieces here. This defense being the only one, because the queen's just going to get behind this pawn. So rook with check, king goes up, pawn to c2, and now the Indians give queen check, king h7, then queen c8, getting behind this pawn, making life very difficult. The only hope might be queening. Could he queen? And no, that could be a problem. I'm just looking at this variation now. If you queen takes and rook takes after a check, it looks like you're going to lose your rook to another check. So you can't even take this pawn on the board, you just lose the game easily in this position. Nakamura is well aware of the fact that this game is over. And we're waiting still for the move. Are we still?
F4.
Yes, we're still waiting for F4 to appear on the board. A despondent Hikaru Nakamura, but Anish Giri, give him credit. He won the first game. It took him a while to win the second one, but it's coming down to the wire.
But holy cow, if he wins this penultimate round, he'll be tied for first
Yes.
with MVL. And
if we have a playoff in London, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour might come down to simply the winner of that playoff.
right, yes. And by the way, that game of Aronian tomorrow, Levon Aronian, with a victory as white against MVL, he would move into first place. So huge. They're playing for first. Essentially,
Absolutely. If
Levon
Levon Aronian wins in the game tomorrow against Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, he is the white pieces. He will definitely press.
Without question.
And if Anish Giri draws his game,
there will be a share of first.
A share of first. Let's not even mention that somebody else wins.
Right.
And they would play a playoff, and in that case, the winner of the playoff takes the whole thing.
And don't forget that Magnus Carlsen, should he draw today, will play Alexander Grishuk, and he too could get himself in a tie for first if the tie is only +2.
Right.
So
if that game is decisive, they would also join the pack.
Exactly.
Right.
Who does Giri play tomorrow? Anand, maybe?
We have our pairings. You should watch our show.
I don't see you answering anything.
I'm here as the chess analyst.
Well, that's a good job.
It's a good job. It's a good job.
We have no pairings?
Look at Magnus just counting down. We're at move 73 with 16 moves to go.
And the pairings for tomorrow, we have Vishy Anand playing with the white pieces against Anish Giri.
There you go, I guess.
That's right. Michael Adams, well, that was 1 out of 10. Michael Adams is playing against Fabiano Caruana. Levon Aronian playing against Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. Key matchup.
Oh, that's a $100,000 game right there. I got to tell you guys, I'm serious. That's a big time.
That's a big money
chess game.
Magnus Carlsen also in a potentially big money game against Alexander Grishuk. He'll need a little bit of help if Maxime wins. The Grand Chess Tour is outside of the world champions realm of possibilities. But if it's not the case, Magnus Carlsen could beat Alexander Grishuk. He could tie for first in London and take the entire tournament himself. Hikaru Nakamura, a very disappointing couple of rounds. He'll try to take it out of Veselin Topalov.
But hold on a second. The game, as far as Magnus is concerned, okay, he's not under control of his own destiny, but he only needs for Maxime playing black and Giri playing black to not win.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
So
he beats Grishuk.
He just needs to beat Grishuk and then let the rest take care of itself. And it's very likely that those guys won't defeat Aronian and Anand with the black pieces. And they probably will not even be going for the win in that game. So as far as Magnus is concerned, it's going to be all about beating Grishuk with the white pieces. And that's going to be his pursuit. He's chasing players with black, and Giri and Vachier-LaGrave, who will have a hard road to hoe going into the last game. They simply have to draw in order to maintain their standings, and they're not going to be pressing to win with the black pieces. Aronian will press, but a victory by him will just flip the places with Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. So again, Carlsen is in a very simple situation. I have white in the last round. I'm the world champion. I've got to win. Can I do it?
Right. He controls his own destiny.
Right, but I do want to remind you guys of something.
Yes.
The last time that Carlsen played Grishuk?
Yes.
Grishuk won with the black pieces.
Here in the Sinkville Cup. And I remember it was an epic game, and it was one of the very, very few times that I've seen Magnus being dragged down into an endgame and getting into time trouble, like two remarkable things that we don't associate with Magnus occurred in that struggle.
And Hikaru Nakamura resigned after the move F4. It's over. Anish Giri tied for first in the London Chess Classic with Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. Well, Nakamura pretty much knocked out of the competition. He has basically no chance of winning the Grand Chess Tour.
Big result in round 8. Geary, so smooth, just looking like a champ. His record against Magnus Carlsen would suggest that he is a champ. He's not afraid of anyone in the world. He's now played almost every one of these players 3 times on the Grand Chess Tour. He has lost to none. He has one task left tomorrow to make sure he does not lose to Anand. And Anand probably is not even interested in winning, considering where Anand's station is in the tournament. He'll play some game, but it won't be with any kind of fire and desire. Meantime, Nakamura, I had him at player of the year before this tournament. He had won this tournament. He has been a slam dunk player of the year as far as I'm concerned. Now that's going to be an academic question. Geary looking very smooth, just like a champ. I mean, he just looks like someone. But let's say this, though. Unlike Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, who has had no hiccups this entire event, Grishuk did need a little luck. That game again, sorry, not Grishuk, Geary needed a little luck because Grishuk had him dead to all rights. And that was his one game where we wouldn't be talking about him sitting on top of the world and without any blemish. But he survived that one game, and now he's going into the final round tied for first.
Incredible. And that was the wobble that I'll just play the other side of that, flip side of that coin that you mentioned about Hikaru. For me, personally, if Vesselin had come into this event, destroyed the field like he did in Norway, clinched the inaugural Grand Chess Tour, I would have said Vesselin would have been the player of the year, the #2 player in the world. Everything would have been righteous. In fact, he crashed to many defeats. And unfortunately, he also exited the stage from Player of the Year.
And we have Jennifer Shahade with Anish Giri.
With Anish.
Hey guys, I'm with Anish Giri, and he is now tied for first in the London Chess Classic with Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. Congratulations on your game.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about it. Didn't seem like you were doing that great from the opening, and things just started to blow up.
Well, the game, I mean, if you try to use your imagination, it reminds me a little bit of a fight between a little angry pussycat against a wounded lion. And the angry pussycat is not so great, but it's kind of jumping and around. And the lion is so wounded from a very rough fight yesterday that he's just incapable of playing well. Because, he played in the opening, I have really nothing, and he played a few extremely timid moves, and he allowed me c4. I said the pussycat went c3 and allowing rook a8, missing cb4. And then, then I'm just, I have no chances to be better at all. And I got a little worried, and then he took twice on c3, which was a big relief. And then suddenly after bishop b7, still it looks like he's fine, but suddenly after bishop b7, I give him a bishop pair, which I usually don't do, as some people notice. But suddenly, if he goes rook c7, so the queen d3, I have knight a5 maybe, and suddenly his a-pawn, all this a4, a5, a6 was not for nothing after all. Unlike his game against Michael, where he just snatched the pawn, here it was alive. And after that, I thought queen c7 was a mistake. I thought if he would go queen, I think b6, I wasn't sure if it's much there, but because I even thought queen 7, rook d7, but there's some queen a5 jump. So, well, I think he just played very badly, actually.
And what did you think of his game yesterday? Did that factor into your play at all today? You mentioned he was a wounded lion from yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a very painful game to lose, and his games with Magnus is always very personal, and it hurts especially, and he is a very emotional player. So obviously, and it was a game, and it's a typical game how you lose against an Angstgegner. You give away a little some tiny concessions one after another, and then he didn't play badly yesterday, but he just wasn't himself. It's not how he plays chess. He's not trying to defend the worst endgame. It's not Hikaru, and Magnus seems to be able to hypnotize him. It's okay, it's good for Magnus, but for me, I have not such a great score with Hikaru. Not too bad either, but we made a lot of draws in the past. So I was not too optimistic before the game, but okay, I was trying to get some fight.
And now you are tied for the lead with Maxime Vachier-LaGrave, and there's a lot that could happen tomorrow. It could be a clear winner, it could be a playoff. So we'll let you get some rest, and good luck for the game, possibly games, tomorrow in the final round of the London Chess Classic.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Big win for Anish Giri. I was just looking at the standings. How quickly the ratings changed at the top. Of course, Carlsen solidly a number one, even with his
slippage,
heavy loss of rating. But Kramnik sits on number 2. Giri sits on number 3. Aronian, rising from the ashes, is now on number 4.
Impressive.
And speaking of Nakamura, we do have him with Jennifer Shahade.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm here with U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura after another tough loss. Tell us what happened today. Giri said that maybe you were affected by yesterday, a little tired. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, obviously yesterday was not the best day, certainly, especially the fact that I had a draw right at the end and I missed it. But, that really didn't have that big effect. What happened today was simply I misassessed the position. I thought that I was a little bit worse when it's probably completely equal, and I tried to force things because I thought I had to go for counterplay, and essentially, it just came down to this idea of, when Anish was able to get this bishop to b7 before I got my knight to d5, and I just basically, I didn't sense the danger. I thought that it was all relatively okay, and maybe it was, but it was a little bit unpleasant, and by the time that I realized that it could be quite bad, it was already much too late, and things happen.
Now, if this London Chess Classic comes down to a playoff between Giri and MVL, who would your pick be?
It really doesn't matter to me. I think it's a little bit early to be saying that. I think Magnus has a very good chance of winning today. So we'll see what happens. But we'll see. But if it's a playoff, I mean, MVL is by far and away the better blitz player. But again, it really has no bearing on my tournament or my situation. So I'll just see what happens and whatever.
Well, the holiday season is coming up. What is the best chess-related gift that you've ever gotten?
I don't know. I don't tend to think about chess during the holidays. I think there are many other things that are much more important. Let's just say I haven't gotten many chess gifts for the holidays, and I hope I don't, because like I said, I think there are many much more important things, like family than chess during the holiday season.
So do not get Nakamura a chess gift for Christmas. All right, guys, you got it. Back to you guys in the studio. Thanks for joining us after a tough loss.
Thanks, Jen. I'll keep that in mind. And we have the results so far of the day. Anish Giri defeated Hikaru Nakamura in pretty convincing fashion. He sensed weakness, he went for the kill, and he got it. Veselin Topalov still defending against Magnus Carlsen. We expect that torture to be over pretty soon. Alexander Grischuk drew against Levon Aronian in a miraculous fashion in an important game for the result. Alexander Grischuk, in severe time pressure, was much worse against the Armenian, but he managed to find a trick. Aronian missed it, and the game ended in perpetual check. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave found no advantage against Michael Adams in the Breyer defense. Ultra solid performance from the English player, and that ended in a draw. Fabiano Caruana is still playing against Vishy Anand. We expect that to end in a draw, but I did see that Vishy somehow lost a pawn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the top 4 players going into the final round. Maxime Vachier-LaGrave will be playing against Aronian with black, a huge game for the standings. If Aronian wins, there's a good chance that Giri, playing against Anand with black, doesn't win, and he catches the leader at the top, forcing a playoff for the London Classic. But let's not forget about Alexander Grischuk. He has the same amount of points as Aronian and potentially Carlsen if that game ends in a draw. He'll be playing against the world champion with the black pieces. A winner in that game might also tie for first in the London Chess Classic. Anything can still happen over in London.
Wow. And there we see Magnus Carlsen trying with probably a dozen moves to go to make something of a position that has looked like a draw for some time.
Right.
I'm looking at the game between Anand and Fabiano Caruana, and I seem to remember an ending that was Botvinnik-Najdorf, this precise structure of a passed e-pawn. And remember white winning.
This position?
Yeah, well, it's some position very, very similar to this. If not this position, somebody could rush to their databases and type in Najdorf or Botvinnik Najdorf. Well, Black has just played. How did this happen? takes.
And I guess he wanted to get his king outside of the 7th.
Why did Vichy play rook?
He wanted to play king f7, king e6.
He wanted to play king f7, king e6.
He didn't want to allow what I'm assuming is potentially dangerous king f5, e6, king g6.
Okay.
Let's say, how would you play it without giving up the pawn?
Well, let's say I go, just a second. Let's say I go here.
Okay, I'll go king f5.
Let's say I go here.
Now I'll go e6.
Now you'll go e6, and let's say I go check.
Okay, instead of e6, let me take that back. Let me go king g6 right away.
Okay, let me go check. Now I got a trick for you. Please take my pawn. You know I don't give up pawns easily.
I was trying to play king h7, but perhaps you have some trick there also. You have to go rook a2.
Do I have to go rook a... sorry, for our audience, my trick, of course, was that if the king takes g7, keep in mind your rook has to control my queening square. I wanted to play the move rook h7. If you go all the way down, can I possibly just... No. Rook e6 taking this pawn, no. Can I take this pawn? Rook to g4 and take this guy?
You can try.
It's legal. It's according to FIDE rules. But
I don't know.
As it stood...
you still have a lot of problems after g5, I think.
Okay, as it stands, after the move king e4, Vichy jettisoned his pawn because of the move king and wanted to play king f7. Now, why is he so happy about this?
This should be a draw, I think. Check, you go king e6.
King, pardon?
e6.
King e6. Okay, if I snap?
Maybe I give you a check.
Which
on
side?
A4, sorry.
On a4? Because there's also a check here that could possibly be irritating.
It does look less natural.
Okay, indeed. I'll come back.
And I'll take on e5. And I have the feeling this endgame should somehow be a draw.
Because you're so active or something? I
Something
mean, I'm
like
looking
that.
at... you could maybe go rook...
a6.
a6, okay.
And I just defend here on the...
Aha, you just wait for me to play rook g6 and
that
you're
pawn
okay.
endgame.
Have to be careful.
What was wrong with the pawn endgame?
Nothing. But I mean, you know, like you always double check.
All right.
Maurice, any chances for Fabiano?
No, unfortunately, it looks like that position is just a draw. Your memory is correct, though, Yaz. So I did look it up. Botvinnik versus Najdorf all the way back in 1956. I don't think you were born yet, Yaz, but clearly you were reading your chess books in this endgame. The problem for black in this position is white was able to achieve the position e6 with the black rook not being very active and the threat of rook d7 check, trading off these rooks and then going into a winning endgame by pocketing these pawns. This dangerous move e6 forced concession with rook to a4, and now the move g5 by Botvinnik. He had other ways to win as well. But g5, h5, and then he came down with this maneuver and created shelter for his king on this square, the reason for this move. And after g4, h6 as well takes, and then e6, the point now being that this check is answered by rook blocks, and that is all. The game ended there after rook to a8. He played rook to f6 with easy threats to win the game, moving the rook over, taking the pawn. The position, the guy resigned in this position. Now, let's go back to this game. You can't get anything. This position is much more active here. King to e6, like you said, this position is very active, so this one should end in a draw because of the activity of the king. He can't press him all the way back. That's the visual difference. Now, this one, on the other hand, these guys are trying, well, Magnus at least is trying very hard. He is now at move 80. Now, as you mentioned, move 39 was when the pawn last moved. This move, g4, happened at move 39. We're now at move 80. Nothing has changed. No trades, no pawns off the board. And so all Vasily Topalov has to do is last another 9 moves without anything changing in the position. But the reality is that Magnus could move something, right? He could maybe push this pawn to f6 and finally move a pawn. And will we go another 50 moves after that? Well, hopefully not. But that looks like a very easy draw if it does happen. Magnus now having played this move, rook to d4, and the Indians still say, draw, draw, draw. You have a decent position, of course, but nothing yet.
It's interesting. Last 3 rounds or so, it seems like every single round has featured a 6.5 hour, 7 hour game. And this man, Magnus Carlsen, was the reason for yesterday's epic struggle.
But
that one was great.
That one was worth it. I did not want to see Magnus play 50 more moves or 3 more hours in this position.
That is for sure. And it goes to show that I did read my Levenfish, Smyslov, Rook Endings, a book, by the way, that I thought was really great.
I think it's one of the few books we 3 agree is a fantastic.
Yes, that is.
No, I'm sure we have agreement on a lot of others. I wanted to share a story told to me by my friend Dr. Anthony Sadie. He played in many U.S. championships. He had gone to a used bookstore in Southern California and bought the book in Russian, the Russian edition. Right?
Okay.
And he took it to, it was on discount for like $10. He took it to buy, and the clerk opened it up and saw that every single word in Russian had been, the English had been done over it. It was Bobby Fischer's book.
Really?
Bobby Fischer had translated every single word of that book into English using a dictionary.
Wow.
And that was how carefully Bobby Fischer studied.
And he found it in a random bookstore.
The clerk said, "Oh my gosh, it's been ruined. I'll give you half off, $5." I offered to buy it from Tony on the spot for $500. He laughed like I was the silliest person in the world.
Wow.
But, okay, by the way, I just noticed, does Magnus not have the threat of rook e4 to pick off this pawn on e5? I agree, we're going to get rook and 3 versus rook and 2, but he will be able to pick off the pawn, right?
I don't understand why. It's White's move.
Oh, pardon me. Okay, but do you have
G2?
a King G2? You can stop. Okay, so whoa, what's rook D5?
Back up, guys.
Sorry.
Back up just a couple moves. Go back 1 move. Oh, no. Come forward. Just play the moves. Just play the game. And now make White. You already have the position.
Aha.
There it is. This did come from the game. So he could have taken on E5 if he wanted to. He achieved this position, and he did not take on E5 because he realized that this is an easy draw. You got to wonder what he's looking for.
I mean, this is as much as you get.
That was as much as you should get, and yet he did not take on E5 anyway. And he just played rook over to D4, so go figure.
Wow. Okay. Magnus has achieved the maximum, and he's trying to squeeze something that simply does not exist.
No.
Beyond the maximum, I mean.
Well, so he has to hurry up and actually take the pawn because he only has 9 moves to do it.
Exactly.
Well, not expecting much from this game. Even if we go into the rook and 3 versus rook and 2, this version is very basic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's easy draw. That is for sure. Okay. Again, I'm just going to go to that, if I can find it, the game of between Fabi and Vichy. Well, we now understand the dangers. You don't ever want to play passively with your rook. You don't want to play rook a7 and allow White this idea of Bodvinic, king f5, rook over, and e6 check. That's the big difference. But
Caruana trying to break through Anand's defenses. I don't think there's anything for Caruana. So we expect both Fabiano and Magnus to press, but at the end draw. We'll be taking a break, and we will be right back with this endgames to finish off round 8 in London. Welcome back to the London Chess Classic Round 8. We have 2 games remaining. Both of them are rook endgames. Both of them are 2 versus 3. Both of them seem like a draw.
However, on the break, you and I, Alejandro, were discussing this moment when, remarkably for us, both of us, we were just stunned by this move, King D1. Why would your king ever leave the king side, especially when you could have played the move King F3, Knight check, King back to G2, and been perfectly happy in such a position. Instead, a very strange move, King D1, and now with the king cut off, temporarily or otherwise, cut off along the E file from getting over here to the king side, maybe world champion Magnus Carlsen has been given more chances than he fully deserves.
Well, with the king on G2, all you have to do is put the rook somewhere
on the 3rd rank, and then
F3,
just put and king G3,
on G3,
and claim game, so to speak.
You'll eventually trade pawns on F5 because that's the only way to make progress.
Right.
And then you just keep harassing the black king who's run out of shelter.
The white king, yes, the black king, pardon me. You're absolutely 100% right. I just Now, with the king on
two,
yeah, if we
it
go,
should still be a draw.
Yeah, but at least in this case, black has aspirations of getting to f4 before your king stops me. If we were to do some black magic and teletransport the king from e7 to f4, I suspect it's just a stone cold winning position.
Now, luckily for Topalov, such maneuver is impossible. They have
Yeah.
easily more than enough time to prevent it. White's only 2 moves away from establishing a rook on a3 and pawn on f3, after which you will never get your king to that square.
To the f4 square, because
That
I have to
being
transit through e5, where the rook currently resides.
And you have to keep cutting off the king from the king side if you are to make any progress.
Boy.
That being said, this was incredibly unnecessary.
Agreed. Agreed. So just a window of opportunity may have cracked open there, however so barely, for Magnus Carlsen, and it's just his grinding pressure to keep a game alive as much as he can, and to compel his opponents to make errors. Maurice, you had some thoughts about this ending?
Well, my thinking is on Magnus himself. Magnus Carlsen is such an interesting fighter. A lot of players would say, you know what, this one's a draw. Why should I add another 2 hours suffering over this position? There really is so little chance of winning. You're just wasting energy. And tomorrow he's going to be in essentially a must-win game against Grishuk in order to win this tournament, to have a chance anyway, and a good chance at that of at least being in a playoffs of some kind. So as far as he's concerned, you would think that he would say, let me preserve energy. This has been a draw for a while. I know the results of the other games. Giri has drawn, MVL has drawn. Giri has won, MVL has drawn. I can't catch them with a draw. I have to win tomorrow, and this game is just drawn. Is it so that he's being so stubborn because Topalov has played so horribly that he thinks Topalov would make a mistake even in the most drawn of rook and pawn endings? But a lot of players, again, would say, I'm going to reserve my energy, conserve my energy for tomorrow's battle where I will have to go all out. And the more he sits at the board, he's not doing any bad things to Topalov, right? Topalov is dead anyway. He's out of the tournament. For him, though, every minute he spends at the board is a minute he could have been preparing for tomorrow, resting, eating, just decompressing so that he can be ready for the fight. And yet he's insisting, I got it. I'm a fit guy. I'm maybe the fittest guy in the whole chess world, and I will keep playing hour after hour, and I'll be ready for tomorrow anyway.
Well, there you go. A different approach for sure. I would be of the nature, let me conserve my energy,
Definitely.
let me build up. And Magnus seems perfectly happy to sit at the board, willing to, squeeze blood from a stone. And he has just played this move, King f6, and what you mentioned, Alejandro, is that white should nonetheless just go rook along the third, play f3, and just wait.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. And in the other game, the other pending game that is currently ongoing is between Fabi and where have I put you? Nope. There it is, just beneath me. Since the break, by the way, Fabi has not moved.
No, he has not played at all. It's not going to matter, though. The game should end in a draw. He's trying to calculate some way of making progress, but there shouldn't be any. I mean, if you put the rook on b6, you leave your king.
Well, the most direct line that we were looking at, I think, went something like this.
And it's just a draw.
And how did it go again?
King takes e5.
And due to this check and the king coming to f4, I tried king g3, and then you just played this move, waited for me to play rook g, or did you check me first? I beg your pardon. I believe you checked me first.
Either way should not make a big difference.
And then you just plunked your rook on the 6th rank. I went here, and you went here and said, draw.
But yeah.
Pardon me?
I took on g6.
Oh, even simpler. pardon me. Rook takes g6, h takes g6, king f6, king h5, king g7, and draw. And we can sign the score sheets.
So there's probably even easier ways of doing this, I believe. Maybe back, I didn't have to take the pawn back when I gave you a couple of checks. So I was thinking, why do I have to let you in? Maybe I can play check directly here on a3.
And what's the big
I guess
difference?
there's no difference. You go king f4.
Rook
a4, yeah.
And
it's the same position.
Exactly. So we're expecting a draw in both games, but nonetheless, I think a lot, especially for younger players, can be learned by these guys.
Right.
How they try to press when they have something, and how to defend the position.
Yes, absolutely. And especially knowing their classics, right? You can see that Vachier now knows the difference very specifically between, I believe, the Botvinnik Najdorf endgame that we were looking at and this one, which
Yes.
clearly the one tempo where the king is now more active makes a huge difference.
Exactly. And Maurice.
And we talk about Magnus pressing and pressing. We saw yesterday, if we may be reminded of that great endgame that he played against Nakamura, how he pressed and pressed. And it was here on move 66 that knight d3 was played, attacking his bishop. And the engine said there's one way to play if you want to try to win this, is to sacrifice that bishop with king takes on f6. And after knight takes on f4, king to e5, down a piece, but making these knights look silly. Knight f to e2, played in the game, and now the move f6, and after a5, a4, and in this position, king f7 was played, bishop to d5, and now king to f8. The clear losing move, he should have played king to g6 to try to fight back, according to the engines, and Magnus had to find this move, king to e4, and after knight to c2, the pawn galloped down the board, knight check, king to e5, and after knight takes a4, another nice move, bishop to b3, picking off one of the pieces, knight back, give me this guy, and after a4 in serious time pressure, c7, the king moves to f7, and then bam, the second pawn went, and Hikaru resigned. Magnus is known for his grinding, for taking as long as possible to play the game. It doesn't matter to him how long you sit there. It's not if you win, it's when. That's what he's about. When, how long it takes. He wants to win the game. He wants to take it all the way down. And, you know, it's easier sometimes to lose a 25-move game and, okay, I played horrible in the opening and you're out of there. It's the games that last 70 moves, 80 moves that really hurt, especially when every single time he plays you, you know. And he's sending a message to not just to Pavlov, he always sends this message to the entire chess world. When you play against me, don't offer a draw and don't think it's going to be over quickly, no matter what the position looks like. I'm going to keep playing, and you better be ready to fight for hours and hours on end. And anyone who's going to take him down in a world championship match will have to be ready for a lot of 6-7 hour games, guys. If we had to do commentary for those matches, it's going to take imagine all those games, 15 games, 16 games maybe of long 7 hours of fighting. This guy's the #1 player in the world. He's at 14 Grand Chess Tour points right now. But with his rating having plummeted to 2834, and he's only won $65,000 in the prize money in the Grand Chess Tour. I say only $65,000 because the winner of each tournament wins $100 grand. And so 2 tournaments have passed without his name being at the very top. He would love to win this event. He is desperate to close the year winning this one, but it doesn't look great for him. His chances being limited now to this game that looks like a draw, and tomorrow where he will absolutely have to defeat Alexander Grischuk in that matchup, and also hope that other balls bounce his way.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yeah.
Definitely a player, Magnus Carlsen, who puts everything into a game. He believes that, you know, you should play it to the absolute finish, and he's made that very clear in multiple interviews. That's what he's about.
Yes. Well, he's been pressuring Topalov the entire game. It's psychologically difficult. We saw even Nakamura under pressure crack today against Anish Giri. He's hoping that Topalov somehow cracks in this position. Notice that Topalov is down on time considerably.
There was almost a 2-hour gap between their clocks.
Yes.
Yes.
And well, currently we have the leaders, MVL
Yes.
and Anish Giri, and they might be playing a playoff tomorrow for the London Chess Classic. Assume, for example, they both win or all the games end in a draw. They would be going on to a playoff, and this is how they match up historically. In classical chess, you have two wins each with 16 draws. Rapid chess history, Maxime leads only 2-1. In blitz chess, they surprisingly only played once in official tournaments, and that is a lead for Giri 1-0. Though I'm sure, and I have seen it, they've played many blitz games unofficially, of course. Those don't count. And they've drawn all of their games in the Grand Chess Tour against each other. Very even matchup here if they were to face one another in the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember with great hilarity at the Sinquefield Cup after the event, Maurice and I played together Siamese chess or Bughouse chess against Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. And Maurice was in a situation he couldn't move, but time was an issue, and Maurice looked at me and he said, "Okay, you got to blitz this guy." And I was like, I'm going to just outplay Maxime because I have to. I mean, it was pretty funny. And, well, we were having a great time, and you're absolutely right. They played a lot of blitz with each other.
Right,
absolutely. We were playing Aronian and Vachier-LaGrave, but you did have Vachier-LaGrave. And the funny part was we were saying Aronian is clearly maybe the best Bughouse player in the world. But Vachier-LaGrave, we were giving as the weak one.
The weak guy.
This guy, I even called him a wet noodle in that matchup. As we see here, a move finally being played, and it looks like another check. It doesn't seem like any progress will be made after the move King to F7 by Anand. We're expecting that quickly, and he has done so. So we would imagine that this one, if he checks again, will be a repetition by Caruana.
He would at least go for the G7 pawn, I would say, rather than give the immediate draw.
Sorry, Maurice, but get to your the point there.
Just taking a look now as Topalov is looking over Anand's shoulder there, saying, you know, these young guys trying to grind us down. Don't they know we know these basic rook and pawn endings? Give me a break. Well, I thought that Vachier-LaGrave was the weak link, and like I said, I called him a wet noodle, and he didn't take too kindly to that, because not only did he start making stronger moves, he started going faster. And it became clear that he was the aggressive one, and Levon would just defend perfectly, and you're not going to get me anywhere. And Maxime would just attack you like a maniac, and he would just whip out the moves, and he was vicious playing blitz, Bughouse, you name it. He's super fast, super talented, hard worker, and yes, we see there rook takes on G7 has been played, so we're anticipating this endgame to happen with check, followed by capturing the pawn on E5. But these guys are good. These guys are good. It should be totally entertaining to watch them play blitz, and it would be even more entertaining if we could get some trash talking while they're at it. Since
on the playoff of the Grand
especially Giri is one of the great trash talkers, has quite a wit, does the young Dutchman, but they're playing for serious money, so I think that will not be allowed.
Well, we have a lot of moves actually in the Anand game. Fabiano Caruana has gone for this variation
that we've been looking
We've already analyzed. There was a cute stalemate trick in some position, but obviously it's really irrelevant.
Right.
In the point that rook e4 had the king come back to e3, but okay.
We're
going to get this position, and well, it's just a draw.
Yeah, I just wanted to boldly point out the obvious. If White were to go for the G6, pardon me, to go rook G6 with the idea of going for the H6 pawn immediately without first tucking away the king on the H4 square, the problem is that after check, now Black's king takes up a really active post.
Way too active.
And that's just dead. So that was why I had played this move, king g3, a moment before. Okay, the king is now tucked away. There's no perpetual checks. The king can't come to f4 because I could play rook f7 check. And when the rook moves back, go here. And this was the draw that we saw earlier.
We have another series of fast moves as Caruana gave a check on e7 instead of playing the immediate rook g6.
Okay.
King f6 was played, which looks pretty forced.
Yep.
Rook h7. King g5 also looks forced to me. Rook g7 check was played quickly, and of course Anand, only having one choice, went forward with king h4. King f6 losing quickly to rook g6 check.
Sorry, right here, yes. You don't want to
give up a pawn.
with a check. But king h4.
King h4.
Perfectly happy.
Rook g6 was played.
And now we just wait.
And now probably just waiting is good enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
So rook takes, let's just go all the way to the very end. Rook g6, rook g5, and this is the way I think. Well, hold on, is there there's a funny trick. I just want to show one funny trick.
Not bad.
Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be just horrifying?
That would be very horrifying.
That would be terrible.
They are playing into this line, but of course after rook g6, there's a pretty simple rook
alternative.
All
yes,
yeah, all the way. Rook g5 is cute, but it doesn't work apparently.
Exactly.
It should still be a draw, actually.
Yeah, we just go all the way across with our rook.
Then h6 happens, and the important part is that you get just in time to play rook a8, rook h8, and that's it.
That's all she wrote.
That's a draw.
Whew. Well, we had no. We have been eyewitnesses to some really tough endgames. I think for the last 3, perhaps even 4 rounds, we've seen a number of games going into the 6th and even close to the 7th hour mark. And I see that the hall still, even though it's late in London, a lot of chess fans eagerly following the game.
Yeah, and actually instead of playing rook takes g4 directly, which probably also works, Vichy started giving a couple of checks.
Oh, pardon me? Yeah. Let's go back. So
check on b3, king f4, rook b4 check, king e5.
He didn't
even bother to defend the pawn.
Okay, I guess he takes it now.
Yes, and I guess at this point you take it with the king, and no changes.
No changes.
You just keep pursuing the pawn with your own king, and
well,
you're going to lose him next turn, I think.
Voila. Well, there is this move king f6, but then you just harass White's king with a number of checks before you're ready to play the move king g5, and a draw will be agreed.
Very soon.
And he has played king takes g4, in fact.
And this game is dead, dead, dead.
Agreed, and let's go back to our world champion, Magnus Carlsen. When we have left it, we left it about these parts, king f6. Not the immediate check, but rook came down f5, which is fine with Veselin, and Veselin is waiting, waiting, waiting.
Sometimes that's all you have to do in this endgame.
And now this I think is a very important key move. Perhaps not a very, but I think it's key to get the king back close to the king side, and rook here.
The game has concluded. A draw. Magnus admits that one's a draw, and the other one is about to end in a draw as well. They'll conclude at the same time. Clearly, no winning chances. They just tried to see what could happen, and discussion happening here. But the other board should be drawing as well. Anand about to play rook a5. From what I know, this 2 players here sharing a bit of a laugh between the 2 of them, but nothing there. And here it goes. This one about to end as well. We see the arbiter right there, and the pawn and everything down to king and king. And there we have a handshake, a draw, and that board as well.
Empty board.
Great. Set it up. We've got an incredible championship round tomorrow, the 9th and final round of the London Chess Classic.
Nothing is defined.
All
Nothing.
to play for.
All to play for. Disasters could happen for any player, even Anish and Maxime, who are currently leading in London, could be knocked out.
They could tumble.
They could tumble with a simple loss tomorrow, as there are plenty of players that are following them quite closely. Magnus Carlsen, one of them, he will be playing against another player that has the same amount of points, 4.5 out of 8, Alexander Grishuk. Let's not forget about Levon Aronin. He has a vested interest on the results of Anish, but his game against Maxime that's going to be so key. He has his own destiny in his hands.
Exactly. Maurice, final words, if you will.
Well, I don't know if it's final words. You might try to get
the
interview from the players shortly. Jen would like to get some of the comments from these great players as they go into tomorrow's rounds.
Good point.
Tomorrow's round. But I will say that it is a great situation because we actually have must-win games right now. There's no holding back. It's the last game of the Grand Chess Tour. Must-win games are always great. So you have Magnus, who will absolutely not hesitate at all in his game against Grishuk. Grishuk might take a draw and say, yeah, you know, I had black, what could I do? Magnus is not taking a draw and accepting anything. He's going for blood tomorrow, and Grishuk knows it. Anand, of course, doesn't have anything real to play for against Giri. Don't be surprised if that game ends in a draw. Adams Caruana, I don't see the math that adds up anywhere near them winning the tournament. So that game really almost doesn't even matter as far as the standings are concerned. This big one, Aroni and Vachier-LaGrave, wow, that's going to be a bloodbath. It's got to be punches thrown in that game. So we just have critical games. It's those two, those third and fourth we see on the list that are the critical ones, because I think Giri will draw. Well, he still has to deal with Anand coming after him, but I think he'll probably make a draw that game. Topalov and Nakamura right now will probably be the quickest draw of all. Anything on that screen, as those two players have absolutely nothing left to play for now.
So three out of the five games are critical, but Adams, Caruana, Nakamura, Topalov. I think in Nakamura's case, for him to get him
Caruana
bonus money.
Jennifer Shahade in London.
Hey guys, all of our games have concluded. I'm here with Fabiano Caruana. You drew today against Anand, and it looks like you had a nice advantage and a lot of great opening preparation. Tell us about that.
He played this move, Queen G6, which I think is a very good move, at least practically speaking. And I had the option to play E5, which is very sharp or quieter with Knight D1. And I didn't have much in the sending. Maybe I should have gone for E5, but I had some slight chances, and then I got very optimistic after the time control, because I actually thought I was winning. But after King F7, it's just a draw, I think. I thought for maybe 40 minutes, and I couldn't find a single idea.
Was this the main line of your preparation, or did you spend a lot of time on Knight E3?
No, the main line is Knight E3. I thought that Queen D6 is unlikely to happen. And I really couldn't remember what happens after E5, so it's risky for both sides, and somehow I felt like a quieter game than that.
All right, so one round left of the Grand Chess Tour and the London Chess Classic. What are your predictions in the final round?
So I think Mickey and I are the only ones with all draws. So if there's a decisive result, that will be pretty ironic.
All right, well, good luck tomorrow. We're with Fabiano Caruana, and there's one round left of the Grand Chess Tour, Season 1.
I like that. The highlight of tomorrow's round is his game against Mickey Adams. Nice.
Well, it will be for him and for his fans. So we got just a couple more interviews before we finish the broadcast.
Very good. Very good, Alejandro.
We wait for Jennifer to get ready. Definitely the stage is set for tomorrow. We'll be expecting awesome games.
Yeah, I was just wanted to say that really...
We got Jen ready.
Hey guys, I'm with Veselin Topalov, and you look like you might be under a lot of pressure at that Endgame, but you certainly survived.
Well, I think it was, I thought most of the time it was close to equal, but at the ending I made some very not so precise moves, and then of course I ran into big trouble. Maybe it was still a draw, but over the board it looked very annoying. And he probably he could have tried to play differently, to go with the king, and that was my my worry. But of course, when he took the pawn, I thought then it was quite easy for me to defend. But again, I'm not playing well, but at least this time somehow defended.
So the holiday season is coming up. What is the best chess-related gift that you've ever gotten, or that you could get?
I guess I need just time without chess. That would be my gift.
All right, that is chess-related in a way. All right, thank you very much. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jen. I just wanted to say, before we had jumped in that interview, I must say, Fabi comes to the game with a really, really superb idea. And it's so disconcerting, or discouraging, I want to put it that way, when you get to a position like this, and you've prepared this really, really brilliant exchange sacrifice.
Sorry to interrupt you again, but we do have Anand with Jennifer.
Hey guys, I'm with former world champion Vachier-LaGrave, and today you drew against Caruana. It seemed like he had a nice piece of preparation. Did you feel worried at all?
Yes, of course. I mean, even, I mean, I could see that I was losing if I took the exchange, but I didn't really feel like trying it. And then I went for Queen D6, but this is not much more fun either. But at least here I have this possibility to move the rook, bring the bishop back and start pushing my C and B pawns, create a pass pawn to tie down his knight, and then just enough counterplay to hold, I thought. But I wasn't sure of anything. I mean, it could easily be, I mean, he started to think, but it could easily be that he's trying to remember his preparation. So, well, it was just a tough game.
And then in the end game, were you pretty comfortable, or were you still feeling a lot of pressure?
Well, there was a lot of pressure till the very end. Somehow I forgot. I think I noticed this in some variation, but I thought I'm not getting it. And then I realized that I'm getting this silly rook on A2. So I have to ditch this pawn and bring the king out. But luckily, this turns out to be a draw. And I hadn't seen that in advance, but you know, once we got to the time control, I worked it out and then went rook A1 and king F7. And yeah, luckily all the pawn endings are drawn.
So just one round left of the Grand Chess Tour. What's next for you? Are you back? Where are you going back after this?
Back home.
And good luck to you in the final round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen.
Well, always unpleasant to feel some kind of preparation from your opponent, but Anand did handle it pretty well. And we got Jen with Magnus Carlsen.
Hey, I'm with world champion Magnus Carlsen. Today, did you feel like you were going to put a lot of pressure on Veselin in this endgame?
I mean, at first it was very drawish, of course, but I started to make progress at some point, and it became harder and harder for him to defend. And almost at the end, I think I have serious winning chances. But I don't have time. I'm running out of moves. There's 50 moves very soon, which is kind of ridiculous. And then I just had to grab the pawn and play this rook ending. But otherwise, I think I might have won the pawn cleanly without exchanging knights, and then we're talking real winning chances. But I just didn't have enough moves.
So how would you revise this rule if it was you?
I don't know. But I mean, today it didn't really serve its purpose because really I needed all of this time to maneuver around, improving my position little by little, and eventually, you know, break through. But yeah, I think I don't know how to revise it, but I think today it's just wrong that the game should be cut short because of the 50-move rule.
Yeah, understandable. And have you ever encountered this problem before, or is this really kind of like an eye-opener?
No, not really. It's very strange because it's an unusual position. It's one where I cannot really make any obvious progress at first, but he also cannot get out. So it's sort of like it's sort of computer-like maneuvering, just going round and round, and eventually I'm getting some very small concessions and maybe a win in the end. But it's very unusual. But I've had some unusual games in the tournament. I think with Miki, there could possibly have been rook and bishop against bishop and knight, and then yesterday it could easily have been two bishops versus a knight. So there are some funny things happening in my games.
Very nice. And for kids who admire your games and all these end games that you squeeze out, any advice for them for how to get good at that?
Yeah, I mean, it comes with practice, I think. And having a positional understanding helps a long way. But I think the key is always to look for opportunities, little ways to improve your position, make your opponent make decisions. Yeah.
Study your games?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm with world champion Magnus Carlsen. We're in the final round of the London Chess Classic and the first season of the Grand Chess Tour tomorrow. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thank you, Jen. I think Magnus was a little over-optimistic.
I was just about to say that as a commentator, I'm really glad there's a 50-move rule and not a 100-move rule.
We got the standings after 8 rounds in London. We have a tie for first place between Dutch player Anish Giri and French player Maxime Vachier-LaGrave. Tied for third, Alexander Grischuk, Levona Ronian, and Magnus Carlsen. In half a point below them, Michael Adams and Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura tumbles down to the 8th position. Vishy Anand on 9th with 3 points, and Veselin Topalov, well, he's not going to escape last position. He only has 2 out of 8. Wow. Final thoughts from Maurice?
Well, it's an exciting situation in the tournament because of the matchups, the pairings. Mathematically, somebody's getting to 5.5 tomorrow. How many players will it be is the question. Such great games left. Must-win situations for at least a couple of players. Certainly Aronian, certainly Carlsen and Grischuk, and they're all playing each other. So the leaderboard looks very exciting. Is what we came for. The 9th round mattering. It's all to play for coming up in the very final round of the London Chess Classic, and the first season of the Grand Chess Tour will come to an end.
Thank you, Maurice. Alejandro, another great broadcast. Let's hope the players bring their A game tomorrow and really wow us.
And I'm sure they will. I want to see a victory with black by some of the players.
Ooh.
We'll see if we get it. Remember, tomorrow is another early round. Game starts at 8 Central Standard Time, 2 p.m. London, and we'll see you then.